Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic Thursday so far. Let's see who we have in the stream today. We have Ben, Sam, Chip, Caden, ALT, as well as your worst nightmare, Catman, and everyone else who is just now tuning in who may not be chatting, or just if I missed you and you are chatting, glad to have you on in here. We're going to be talking about more severe weather. More severe weather on the table today. Tomorrow, I'm not too sure if this is going to turn into a full-blown coverage live stream for like 8 some hours, or if this is going to be more of a briefing, then we'll come back later on today. We'll just kind of wing it, see which way things go, see what happens here. But all right, let's go ahead and switch on over to our main scene here. I believe I already forgot to do one thing. Hold on, is there a severe one? Okay, there's not. I don't believe I changed the threat level, so I believe the threat level is still a 5 out of 5. We're actually at a 3 out of 5 for today. So yeah, we're going to do a full overview on all of your severe threats for today, tomorrow, and as well as a little bit of an overview on Saturday's threat. We'll go over the SPC outlook that will come out here in about 15 minutes. We'll also probably try to stay alive all the way till around or after the day 2 outlook, as they could upgrade to a moderate risk for tomorrow. I do think tomorrow has long tracked strong to intense tornado potential, and matter of fact, today has that potential as well. If storms can stay south of the warm front, we could definitely end up with a long tracked strong to intense tornado or two today. I think that would specifically be on the eastern side of, or more of in the middle to the eastern side of this enhanced risk for tornadoes. If we look at the tornado outlook specifically for today, there is your 10 sig tornado risk. I do think we have the best chance for tornadoes on that eastern side, most likely from about Pine Bluff, just barely south of Little Rock, Arkansas, all the way through the Memphis metro for today. Definitely not a threat like yesterday. Not going to be nearly as widespread nor as nearly as potent as yesterday's threat. But we are still going to see a large area under the gun for significant severe weather. So that main tornado risk is going to stay more confined towards Tennessee, Arkansas, Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana. Not as bad of a tornado threat as yesterday. However, large hail is going to be the most widespread thing you can see here. Definitely hail is going to be the biggest issue today. A lot of people could see around 2 to 2.5 inch hail, and specifically the potential for up to 3 inch hail. Maybe even isolated hailstones could even get close to 3.5 to 4 inch in diameter. It just depends where storms go for today. I'll go ahead and just show you right now exactly the main thing we're going to be watching. If we go to our supercell composite, there's a boundary that's going to be setting up somewhere somewhere out here in Arkansas. And if storms are north of that boundary, they're going to be relatively more elevated and producing extremely large hail. If they are south of that boundary, that's where we could have a few strong to maybe even a long tracked intense tornado being a possibility for today. So we just got to keep an eye on where that boundary sets up, how many storms are going to be firing in that boundary later on today, and figure out how notable our threat for tornadoes may be today. It feels more like a hail day today. I don't see an extremely high-end tornado threat. I am monitoring the eastern side of this risk. If we go to our newest HRRR here, and we go to our composite reflectivity, it does develop some prefrontal action here towards 2 to 3 p.m. There's definitely the opportunity for a long tracked strong to potentially intense tornado, especially like I said on that eastern side. You could see a lot of prefrontals attempt to develop here as we go towards the 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern time frame later on today. And then you can see these big time hailers out here that are going to get going around that same time as well. So it's going to be very difficult to figure out exactly which storms are going to be north and or south of that boundary. But I mean, you can see plenty of large hail cores here that are going to be moving across this area, specifically between 2 to 4, maybe 5 p.m. Eastern. Our tornado threat does not seem very high today. We've definitely trended towards the lower end setup for the tornado threat today. Yesterday we were talking about an upgrade to a moderate risk being possible. That is not going to happen. We are not going to see a moderate risk out of this setup. The boundary should stay far enough south to where it doesn't interact with our very potent supercells. So that is good news. We haven't trended towards a very high-end tornado threat for today. Tomorrow is a slightly different story. I do think we could see a day 2 moderate risk issued from the SPC here at 1:30 Eastern. Pull this all the way out here till about noon or so tomorrow. And we're going to start seeing, especially as we get towards 1 p.m., we're going to start seeing a good old cold front, warm front set up over here. That's going to allow for a quite potent, potentially even volatile environment to set up specifically over most of Arkansas into eastern, northeastern Texas, and eastern Oklahoma. This could definitely produce the potential for a couple long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes. We may even have an isolated violent tornado threat tomorrow, depending on exactly which way ingredients trend over the next couple of hours. You can see here 5 p.m. tomorrow, multiple discrete supercells, semi-discrete cells in the open warm sector here in a very favorable environment for strong to long-tracked, strong long-tracked tornadoes there. Going towards 6 p.m., that does continue still discrete to semi-discrete supercells in the open warm sector. 7 p.m., that still continues. Gets a little bit messier towards 7 p.m., but still continuing with some discrete activity. And then by the time we get to 8 or 9 p.m., that tornado threat will begin to most likely decrease for tomorrow. And then Saturday, we're going to do it all over again. You can see good cold front setting up here, good warm front setting up here. Very large open warm sector will be available for supercells to fire here on Saturday. And we may even see some very far out in front prefrontals here. But that is a big question mark on how many prefrontals we may see and what those prefrontals may exactly look like. The SPC has increased some confidence for Saturday. You can see they have now outlined a hatched area for all hazards, 30 significant chance for all hazards, including long-tracked, strong to potentially intense tornadoes going into Saturday here. Let's see here. Okay. Sorry, I just got distracted. I got distracted. Then we're going to be talking about snow on Sunday. How about that? We're going to be talking about snow on Sunday. I don't think today's going to be that big of a day, personally, for tornadoes. I think tomorrow and Saturday could be pretty big for tornadic activity. We'll see which way things trend there. CSU did release its preliminary forecast for hurricane season. They're calling for an above-average hurricane season with 17 named storms, 9 hurricanes, 4 major hurricanes. and total ace accumulation at 165. Oop, my bad. Total ace accumulation at 155. So that is a slightly above average hurricane season there. Barely above average. They released that today. Just wanted to point that out real quick. Severe weather doesn't stop there on Saturday. We go into Sunday. Severe weather is still possible. I do think this slight risk could be expanded up into the mid-Atlantic area as well. I think this whole area is going to be under the gun for severe weather on Sunday. But I believe that main tornado threat is going to really stick towards the Gulf Coast line here. I don't expect much of a tornado threat to go up into the mid-Atlantic states. That would be more of a wind threat going up towards, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, where they may end up extending that slight risk for severe weather once we get a bit closer. Let's see here. I want to wait for this to load in. We're getting more frames of this new HRRR. Yeah, and it really seems like our main threat today is going to be around that 2 p.m. time frame. We'll go over to College of Duke page real quick. So you can see by the time we get towards 2 to 3 p.m., that should be where our tornado threat likely peaks later on today. I think that's going to be our peak activity. And then that should continue from about 2 p.m. all the way till about 5 p.m. And then around 5 p.m. things go extremely elevated out here. And you can see if we go to the tornado ingredients, I mean, they're right on that boundary. They're right on that boundary. But when they first fire here at 2 p.m., they are indeed like right on top of that favorable environment. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see exactly how notable this threat for tornadoes will be today. Just going to keep a very close eye on it out in this area. Definitely want to be hyper weather aware. And yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Like I said, today, in my opinion, it feels more like a big time hail threat. But we could definitely see a few tornadoes, maybe a strong to intense tornado today if things manage to fire closer towards that boundary. NAM3K is just eel. Don't even bother using NAM3K. So we'll keep watching him. Let's go see how they look right now. Here's MRMS. Yeah, you could see a few of them. Definitely a few starting up out here in Mississippi, southeastern Arkansas, southwest Tennessee as well. They're starting to get going. Did I not open the Memphis radar site? I swear I did. Let me go back up here. I swear I opened the Memphis radar site before I started, but I guess I closed that. So yeah, we're definitely not dealing with a high-end environment today like what we were yesterday. It's still a good environment. It's just nothing should fire directly in that very favorable environment there. I'm pretty sure things are going to stay north of that boundary. And here comes an MCD. There you go. Big MCD just got issued. 80% chance of a tornado watch or severe watch being issued. The potential for a strong tornado or two, 3.5-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds are all going to be possible. And they do outline that warm front is located right in here. Located right in here is where your warm front is. Greatest tornado threat will be near and south of that front. So as that front slowly goes northward, it will slowly increase the tornado threat, but not by a lot. 80% chance a watch gets issued there, and they will most likely end up issuing that. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't. We'll wait for that graphic to be fully released here on the SPC site, so that way I can read it easier. I'd like to read it on the the paragraphs and how they do it at the SPC. I don't really like to do it on Radar Omega or GR Earth, but yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're at about 30 likes, 90 people now in here, so I appreciate you guys tuning in pretty early in the afternoon here, depending on where you are. It may still actually be morning, and just yeah, hopefully you're having a great Thursday so far. A bit of an update for the overnight threats. Last night, after we went off, unfortunately, Selmer, Tennessee took a direct hit from an extremely violent tornado. Preliminary radar estimates have that being a EF4, an extremely high-end EF4 tornado. We'll see what the SPC and the National Weather Service. I think the National Weather Service in Memphis is going to be the one that surveys that. But it looks like Lake City, Selmer, Lake City, Arkansas, I believe it was, Selmer, Tennessee, and then northeastern Mississippi all took three different violent tornadoes that occurred yesterday. And plenty of significant damage. You have trees that have been completely debarked and shredded in Lake City. A car was thrown on top of a house in Lake City. You had homes completely slabbed in Selmer, Tennessee around 2:30 a.m. in the morning. We had a tornado emergency last night at 3 a.m. In the morning, earlier this morning. That tracked just barely to the, I believe, right around the Coldwater, Senatoba area in northeastern Mississippi, very early this morning towards 3 a.m. So we had a lot of very, very significant and probably 2 or 3 different violent tornadoes this morning / last night. Also, Monett, Arkansas, very significant to near violent tornado damage there as well. So we had plenty of strong to violent tornadoes. Unfortunately, the Selmer, Tennessee tornado from earlier this morning did have 3 confirmed fatalities with it. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll get unfortunately, I'm sure we'll get a lot more confirmed fatalities as now that it's daylight. EMS and survey crews are going to be able to see the first light on everything. I haven't gotten a number on injuries, but I imagine it was quite high in injuries for last night into this morning. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, and another confirmed fatality in Missouri as well. Also, yesterday had the most warnings ever since April 27th, 2011. It is up there with one of the highest severe threats and overall warning counts that we have seen in the last 4 decades. So it is very comparable to higher end days, including comparable to super outbreaks. So yesterday was an extremely, extremely rare and insane event. And I mean, it feels like I've said that 3 times already this year. Also, this is something that's very unfortunate that I have to mention, but I just found it. Make sure that you are getting the information from a trusted source. Just found a post of potential EF5 damage from apparently the Selmer tornado. That is not true. That is actually from the Joplin tornado in 2011. So be careful where you get your damage photos at and where you get your information at, because unfortunately, even in a time as serious as and unfortunate as the last 24 hours have been, misinformation is being spreaded out there. So make sure you're getting your information from a very trusted source. And keep an eye open for any other damage photos that may not be from this day. That's very, unfortunately, very common. A lot of people do it. It may surprise you. Let's see here. It's not up to us. It's up to the National Weather Service. Yesterday's rating will be tornadoes from yesterday and earlier this morning will be determined from the National Weather Service, not from weather weenies on Twitter screaming EF5. However, at least 3 tornadoes from last night and this morning, their signatures on radar were definitely EF4 plus. But that doesn't mean it did EF4 plus damage. You got to think, we don't rate off of just wind speeds. We rate off of what the wind speeds have done to structures and the damage that the tornadoes cause. Not necessarily the wind speeds that have been measured from radar or Dow or other instruments. And the only way to determine that is to go and rate the tornadoes, which is exactly what the NWS is doing today. One tornado was already confirmed EF2 out there. I believe that was the one in Indianapolis. Was already confirmed as an EF2 tornado from yesterday. And they'll continue to survey tornadoes around that area. And, I mean, you're going to have... There's a lot of crews out. There's a lot of crews out surveying damage right now. And they will be the crews that determine exactly what rating the tornadoes need to be classified as. I don't know exactly when Selmer was, but I know it was like somewhere around the 2 a.m., 3 a.m. mark. Yeah, and again, like 3 to 4 tornadoes yesterday had violent couplets with them. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean they will be rated as such. Let's see here. So hopefully today is nothing even remotely close to what we had yesterday. And I don't think it will be. I think we could see a few tornadoes today, maybe 1 or 2 strong, possibly an intense tornado, and could possibly be a long track tornado as well. But it's all going to depend on exactly where storm set up on the boundary. And yesterday, it wasn't so conditional. Yesterday was all about if prefrontals fired. They fired about 2 p.m., 3 p.m., and then they really started popping off as the sun slowly began to set towards 6:30. But if you are just now tuning in, we were just talking about the tornadoes from yesterday and earlier this morning. I was not up tracking those 2 violent tornadoes between the 2 and 4 a.m. time frame. We had 2 violent tornadoes that tracked through Selmer up here in western Tennessee, and then another one that tracked through somewhere out here in northeastern Mississippi. The northeastern Mississippi one I haven't seen many damage photos of, but the one from Selmer, Tennessee, I've seen plenty of damage photos that would definitely indicate a very significant to violent tornado. Let me go over to here. Yeah, okay, we did just get the SPC new outlook here. And as expected, they maintained enhanced. I mean, that's literally what we were expecting. They're not going to go moderate today because that boundary is pretty far to the south. So there's your new 10 significant tornado risk, and you can see it's a pretty dang narrow corridor, right? It's a long but pretty narrow corridor in that dark brown area. Here's a better highlight for you. So Texarkana, Nashville, Magnolia, Southwest Arkansas, all the way through Pine Bluff, south of Little Rock. Little Rock, you're on like the border of that significant tornado threat. Through Memphis, Jackson. So all these areas need to be weather aware. That greatest threat for a strong to intense tornado, I think, will even be focused even more south than that in a very, very narrow corridor here. And it's all going to come down to exactly where storms fire and if they are able to ride the warm front as opposed to stay on the warm front. or past the warm front. If they pass the warm front, they'll become big-time hailers. If they stay on or south of the warm front, they'll become possibly big tornado threats. Paducah, you're okay. Tornado threat is very low for you. It's mainly very large hail up to about 2 inch in diameter. That's possible. The main boundary is going to stay off to your south. So we won't have many tornado ingredients up there. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any signs of this stuff doing anything in the short term here. These are just really starting up here. Memphis, definitely want to be hyper weather aware in Memphis. I think Memphis and just around the Memphis metro, I think has the best chance for a strong to intense tornado today. Just being honest with you. I don't know if any of those are going to go like through Memphis, but just around the Memphis metro seems to be the greatest tornado threat for today. Because that's where confidence is, at the moment, the highest in storms firing. As well as them being potentially semi-discrete. So you definitely want to be weather aware there. And we should get a tornado watch probably in about an hour. Tomorrow could be a very significant day. We may end up seeing a categorical risk upgrade to moderate at the next outlook. We get an outlook in a little under an hour for tomorrow. And I would not be surprised if that outlook consists of a moderate risk being introduced. I still think this enhanced risk may need a little bit more of a northwest expansion here for the open warm sector. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see a moderate risk introduced somewhere out in western Arkansas, maybe into eastern Oklahoma, maybe even down into northeastern Texas. There would not be shocked with a day 2 moderate. If I go ahead and show you what we're dealing with for tomorrow, this is our newest HRRR for tomorrow's threat. And you could see we're potentially going to see multiple discrete to semi-discrete supercells in the open warm sector here. And like I said, that enhanced may need to be expanded a little bit more to the west to include for the scenario of supercells in southeast Oklahoma and more into northeastern Texas for tomorrow. And then, like I mentioned before, wouldn't be shocked if we end up with a moderate risk somewhere inside that enhanced risk. Saturday's the most uncertain day, but it looks like Saturday should consist of a few semi-discrete supercells in the open warm sector down here. Probably going to end up being a significant day as well for Saturday. I think both tomorrow and Saturday will potentially be higher end threats. Today is a bit more of a conditional strong tornado threat because it's all going to come down to if these storms are north or south of the warm front. For today or tomorrow, Isabel? For today, tomorrow, day 3. I think day 3 is your big day. I agree with the SPC on that. I don't really know if you're going to get much. It seems like that boundary is going to stay to your north today. So I don't think you're going to get a whole lot for today's threat of severe weather. You are inside, what, a slight? Yeah. All it takes is for that boundary to come down a little bit more south, and then boom, you could easily be put into the into a greater risk for severe weather. Tomorrow is a bit close, actually. I think it's going to stay to your north, but then again, I would not be shocked if they also bring that enhanced risk back down into Shreveport. It just depends on what their confidence is. And then Saturday, I think Saturday is going to be... it's tricky to say exactly what's going to happen Saturday, but it looks like we're going to have a big QLCS line on Saturday that forms out here in Texas and makes its way into Louisiana. And the big question mark is, will we see prefrontals out in front of that line out in here? That's the big question mark for Saturday. Tomorrow, confidence is increasing in the threat for prefrontals being in the open warm sector, which is why I think they may pull that day 2 moderate risk trigger there at the next update here in 50 minutes. And like I said, today, thankfully, today trended down. Today downtrended some. It was either going to downtrend or uptrend overnight, and it did downtrend. Our boundary looks to be a little bit more south than what model runs yesterday were saying for today. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button and share the stream so we can reach as many people with the word of severe weather today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. We've got a lot of severe weather risks on the table here. I think tomorrow, which is Friday, and then Saturday could be 2 bigger days for tornadoes. But nothing's going to compare to yesterday. We will not have another event like what we had yesterday for a long time. Then again, I did say that on March 14th, and here we are on April 3rd. Technically, it was April 2nd yesterday, obviously. And we did have an event just like March 14th. So kind of insane how we are dealing with all these historic outbreaks. I mean, we've had 3 historic outbreaks in what, like from like the middle of March all the way towards the beginning of April. We've had 3 historic outbreaks, the 14th, 15th, and then the 2nd of April. So it's been, I mean, this has been an insane stretch of severe weather, which is what we were expecting. I wasn't really expecting 2 high risks, though, this year. I didn't really think that was going to happen. And we're still not even in full peak tornado season. Absolute peak tornado season is in late April, early May. And I think activity will increase towards that time frame. We're going to be pretty inactive after Sunday's threat. So on Monday, April 7th, all the way till probably sometime around April 12th or 13th, we'll have very minimal severe weather to deal with. So we're going to get almost a full week without severe weather being much of an issue. Third time we've almost been hit in less than 30 days. Yeah, that's crazy. Just the fact that your area has been almost hit by 3 different tornadoes in the matter of less than a month. So that's, I mean, that's crazy to think of. So if you're just now tuning in, once again, we are about to see a tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center. It could be a severe watch, but I think it's going to be a tornado watch that they're going to end up issuing out here all the way from Nashville, Tennessee, all the way back down towards, that's actually going to include you, Isabel. I guess you're going to be included in that tornado watch. Shreveport, Louisiana, Longview, Texas. Probably going to see a big, rather a long tornado watch. So it's going to be a pretty big tornado watch, but it's more going to be long. Like from east to west here, we're going to have a long tornado watch issued. And that's because these storms are firing along a warm front, cold front. And that tornado watch should be issued here. I mean, probably, when does that MCD expire? Just to kind of give us a better idea. Yeah, it expires at 2:15 Eastern. I really would be shocked if we wait that long. But maybe they will. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that tornado watch comes out here very, very shortly. For the 3rd time in the last month here, we've reached over 300 viewers in a live stream. So I greatly appreciate you guys hitting that like button, sharing the stream. Really helps us get out in the YouTube algorithm to spread word about this severe threat. And again, here is your risk area for today. Just to, let me also clean this up a little bit just so you can see it a bit better. So there's your risk area. We have that level 1 dark green marginal risk, level 2 slight risk, and a level 3 enhanced risk for severe weather. The greatest tornado threat is focused in this corridor here. That's where we could see the potential for a strong to intense tornado being a possibility, as well as the opportunity of a long track tornado. Can't be fully ruled out today. It all comes down to a boundary, which is currently set up out in this area. It's set up from just south of Nashville, northwest of Tupelo. I'm drawing it out from the SPC site here. So that's where your boundary is currently at. On that boundary and south of that boundary is where the current tornado threat is, which is that very small corridor right in here. That very small corridor is where your tornado threat is currently at. And that will grow a little bit larger over the next 2 hours. And then, like I said, once we get towards about 2, 3 p.m., we should have a solid tornado threat starting up out here. Yeah, you can see a lot of these storms are trying their best to bubble up here. Especially the ones in southeast Arkansas. Gonna pay attention to those for sure. It was the most warnings we've ever seen since April 27th, 2011. So in almost 14 years. It's up there in one of the most active severe weather days we've seen in the last 4 decades. In terms of warning counts. Also, the reports yesterday, they're going to keep going up. I believe we ended with about 300 overall reports yesterday, and it's up to 639. So, as the National Weather Services all across the central U.S. continue to survey their regions, those reports we'll probably see those reports climb up to nearly 1,000 overall. We're up to over 400 wind, over 200 hail, and almost 30 tornado reports from yesterday. Let's go over here again to the Memphis radar site. You can see these storms are really not doing anything right now. They're just a mess, but they should try to become more organized here in about an hour and a half or so. Orange is a level 3 out of 5. If we go back to here, so that orange you see from northeast Texas all the way back up towards Nashville, Tennessee, that is a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. Specifically a level 3 out of 5 for tornadoes and hail. Southwest Kentucky is mainly a big hail threat. I don't think we'll see much of a tornado threat at all up in Kentucky today. We did have a small tornado threat. I think we actually did have a tornado. Yeah, we had a tornado just barely north of Albany here in southeastern Kentucky, but that has since very rapidly died off and is just a little light rain shower now. Thank you, Jessica, for the $2 donation. Conway, Arkansas for today and tomorrow. I can already tell you you're going to be in a threat for tomorrow. If you're in the state of Arkansas, you're under the threat for tornadoes tomorrow. Today, however, I think you're good for tornadoes. We could see a spin-up tornado, but the biggest issue is definitely very large hail up to probably near 3-inch in diameter being possible. You can see you're definitely in the threat for a tornado or two, but that strong tornado threat, it's such a long, narrow corridor. Long, narrow corridor there. And then tomorrow you are smack dab in the middle of that threat for significant tornadoes. So tomorrow's the main day to watch if you are out here northwest of Little Rock. This is our simulated reflectivity, and you can see we're going to probably see a couple supercells in the open warm sector tomorrow afternoon. And all of these could try to increase in intensity and drop a strong to potentially intense tornado for tomorrow. We'll see if the SPC pulls the trigger on a day 2 moderate here. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. Like I said, it's all going to come down to their confidence in discrete storms in the open warm sector. and I don't know what their confidence level is. They'll look through all the model runs, of course, as they always do, and then figure out the common ground between them all. Let's see here. Also, if you are new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll be live for a while today. We'll probably be live for a very long time tomorrow. I imagine tomorrow is going to be another long duration live stream, and then I imagine Saturday is going to be the same ordeal. So we're in for another very long live streams over the next 2 to 3 days here. Let me see here. All right. Flash flood warning there for Memphis just recently got issued within the last hour. And we're just going to keep an eye on all these little rain showers right in here. All these little rain showers right in here that are along and south of the boundary. To figure out if anything's going to try and produce a tornado threat here. Which day looks the most concerning? Either tomorrow or Saturday. At the moment, tomorrow looks the most concerning. But as we get close to Saturday, Saturday could easily start uptrending. Memphis is definitely under the gun for severe weather today. Good question about tomorrow. I don't know, actually. Okay, so definitely for today. I think it's going to stay barely off to your west for tomorrow. And then it should stay either right around Memphis or barely off to the south of Memphis on Saturday. Definitely watch Saturday. I think tomorrow it will stay to your west. And then Saturday, it might... you might be under a good threat for severe weather on Saturday in Memphis. North Carolina, just some heavy rain that you're going to keep on getting. Very isolated thunderstorms today. Not much of a threat. I am watching Sunday for a damaging wind threat. Very low-end tornado threat. But right now, the SPC hasn't highlighted anything. Let's see here. So a preliminary report typically takes about a day or two. Normally in about 2 days, they get a good preliminary report out. But the actual official survey could take as long as 6 months. We've seen upgrades to tornadoes even years after they've occurred. Let's see here. Florence, Alabama, your main day to watch is Saturday for sure. But at the moment, it looks like the primary threat on Saturday will stay off to the west. Today, you're in a marginal risk, so I don't think you're going to see much. Just the chance for some thunderstorms, but none of them look notable at all. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you go throughout the entirety of today without even getting rain. If you do get rain, it's probably just going to be light rain. Alright, let's go to the Little Rock radar site. I mean, you're really not going to be able to see if anything's rotating here. They're just all rain showers. Nothing's notable at the moment. Nothing is very notable out here for the moment. And that should stay the case for about the next hour or so. I'm not really expecting much activity to increase until closer to 2, maybe even 3 p.m. It's a very small window today in a very narrow corridor for a strong tornado threat. For the moment, Memphis's most concerning day is today. Today's the highest risk you are in for the next 3 days. If you don't count, yesterday. So today's the most concerning day for Memphis out of all three, at least at the moment. Yeah, so right now, I mean, this is not a really good look for severe weather. Like I said, your boundary is somewhere generally in here. That's where your boundary is. So anything north of that in this whole area here, it's going to be mainly a hail threat. That boundary is going to slowly keep going northward, but really it's not expected to move much. Could we see a violent tornado today? If absolutely everything goes horrifically wrong in the environment and we get a discrete storm, it's not like fully impossible, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Let's see. There we go. Here's our mesoanalysis. Now, this boundary is a little bit more north than what this mesoanalysis depicts. But it does have your boundary a little bit more north out here in Tennessee than what the SPC was saying. And then it's relatively the same as it goes into Arkansas, Texas. So that's your warm front, cold front boundary right there. Again, anything on that boundary or south of it is going to pose a strong tornado threat. But you can see how narrow of a corridor it is. It's that small little corridor right there at the moment. Like I said, that could increase in size as we go later on in the day, but it's really not expected to increase that much. Let's see here. Also going to get a new mesoanalysis here in about an hour, or rather about 20 minutes. Yeah, you can see the new HRRR is still staying consistent. It's been consistent for 2 p.m. being the tornado threat popping off here. Ever since this morning, you could see starting about this run right here. 2 p.m., 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 2 p.m. So it's been consistent for 2 p.m. Storms start to increase in activity. Thank you for the $5 donation, Emily. Clarksville, Tennessee for today. You're not going to end up with much. You are in a enhanced risk, or let's see, are you? You're very close. Half of Clarksville's in the enhanced, the other half isn't. So you're right on that edge / inside the enhanced risk for severe weather. The main threat today is definitely a brief spin-up tornado, with the absolute primary threat being hail. Hail is going to be the biggest issue in much of the enhanced risk region for today. So, depending exactly where storms track, you could see as large as 3-inch hail today. And then a spin-up tornado is also possible. If you haven't already, once again, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream. It's greatly appreciated. Also, if you're new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when we go live tomorrow. Because we will be live tomorrow for probably quite a while. And then same goes for Saturday. So, is everything uptrending in the wrong direction? For today, not really. Nothing's really like uptrended for today. If anything, it's kind of downtrended because our boundary is pretty far south, so it's not going to allow for a very widespread tornado threat. Tomorrow, I don't know if tomorrow's uptrended. I didn't really see the runs yesterday. And tomorrow's really stayed the same, which is possibly a significant threat for all hazards. It looks like tomorrow's warm sector did downtrend a little bit. Looks like the warm sector is a little bit smaller on the newer model runs for tomorrow. St. Louis is all good. Your main threat was yesterday. I don't think you're going to see anything out of these next few days. Today, south of St. Louis. Tomorrow, you're in a marginal risk. And then Saturday, you're in a general thunderstorm. So tomorrow you could have a few isolated storms, but they don't look significant or anything like that. Just very heavy rain and the isolated wind gust. That's your primary issue. Let's see here. All right, so once again, just make sure you are staying weather aware in the main risk area for today. If you're in that enhanced risk orange area, that's the primary threat for severe weather. Also in the yellow area as well, and you can see that goes all the way up into, you know what, they actually disextended that. That used to go all the way into almost New Jersey and Delaware. But now they've actually disextended that to stop at West Virginia and northwestern Virginia. It's weird. Northwestern Virginia and in West Virginia. So they actually disextended some of that risk. No longer includes the DC metro out there in Maryland and Virginia. It looks like they may have extended it quite significantly off to the southwest, too, on the newest outlook. Looks like they've really extended that to the southwest. That slight risk for severe weather now goes all the way down into Big Lake, San Angelo. So very far south risk now, off to the southwest. So they chomped it off a little bit on the east side. They chomped it off a little bit over here, and they added more down in here. So that little yellow bold outline you see there, that goes from the marginal risk to the enhanced risk. That is what we call a mesoscale discussion. That is the SPC highlighting a specific area for whatever they're talking about. In this case, they've specifically highlighted this for the potential of a tornado watch. An 80% chance of a tornado watch being needed over the next 2 hours. Let's see here. The severe threat will increase this afternoon. 1 or more watches will be needed, though the timing of these watches is uncertain. Large to very large hail, severe wind gusts, and a few tornadoes, all possible. Let's see. Any significant surface-based, or rather, my bad, any sustained surface-based supercell within the environment could pose a significant EF2 plus tornado threat, in addition to very large hail and severe damaging winds. While the timing remains somewhat uncertain, 1 or 2 watches will be needed this afternoon across this area, with a tornado watch likely being needed for areas near and south of the warm front. So we will see a tornado watch issued from the Storm Prediction Center within the next 2 hours, and maybe even a severe watch too. So they may split this up. Because the tornado threat is a little bit higher out in this area here, what they may do is they may end up issuing like a tornado watch for this side here or so, and then a severe watch back here. They might split up the watches, or they may just issue one big tornado watch. We'll just, we'll see what they do today. It's all up to them. Let me go show you guys the new observed sounding here. It's not really new. It's the newest one we have. 14Z was this sound. Oh, well, actually, no, I don't want to show you guys that one. That's not the one. We'll do the 12Z sounding. So that was about, that was a while ago, 5 hours ago. Still going to show you it, though. So this is your observed sounding in northwestern Louisiana for Shreveport. I'll explain this in just a second. Alright, so basically what this shows is it shows a extremely potent environment for all hazards. Now the good news is we don't have a very strong forcing mechanism, so there may not be a single storm that takes advantage of this environment. But you can see a very obvious EML, that's an elevated mix layer which prevents thunderstorms from forming, was definitely in place around the 700 millibar, 750 millibar level here. Plenty of instability. That's right here. You see that cape? Cape is fuel for thunderstorms. Typically, we look for 1,000 this time of year, and there is 3,119. Wind shear, typically in the lower levels, we look for anything greater than 150 for meters squared, seconds squared. So let me zoom this in a lot more for you so I can really show you what that is. So this is SRH, that stands for shear, obviously. Storm relative helicity. Storm relative helicity there. And it's under meters squared, seconds squared. And for the surface to 1 kilometer, we look for greater than 150. For the surface to 3 kilometer, we look for around or greater than 200. And then the effective inflow layer, we look for around 150 or so as well. And you can see that checks all 3 boxes. So very, very favorable environment for tornadoes. Very good thermodynamics. It does have that EML, but it was in the morning, so that's to be expected. So if we had a better forcing mechanism, like a cold front, like what we had yesterday, come through this area, there would be a very, very strong to intense tornado threat later on today in Shreveport. But we don't have a cold front. We have a warm front, cold front, which is why we're seeing this messy convection fire, and eventually it could organize a bit more into some semi-discrete storms and clustered storms, but we're still a good hour from that. Again, if you are just tuning in, and you may have missed it earlier this morning, we did have a pretty long track tornado out here. I didn't mention this one. It started just to the southwest of Shop Spring on the ground for about 10 to 15 minutes. Tracked right to the south of Lebanon, just barely northwest of Shop Springs earlier this morning. And then we actually had another tornado almost at the same time touching down here in Albany in southeastern Texas. I don't know how long that one was on the ground, but it seemed relatively short-lived. Probably no longer than about 5 minutes, considering the storm died off very rapidly after that tornado report occurred. Definitely some more robust convection is starting up. You can see here, if we compare to when we first started the live stream, we just had that blob of mess out in the Little Rock area. And if we go to what radar looks like now, we're starting to see a little bit better convection form in more of a semi-discrete fashion here. Still messy, but that's to be expected today. Still messy, but that is what we are expecting for today's severe threat. Let's see here. Let's go look a little bit closer at these storms. Let me go to this radar site. Yeah, look for lightning. I think that's what we're going to have to pay attention to here for these storms first firing off, is look for storms that have lightning here. There's one with lightning over England here in Arkansas. Another one back up in Brickley. But remember that boundary that is in place. So storms that are north of that general boundary somewhere in here are not going to pose much of a tornado threat. Also some storms firing in the Texarkana area as well. So a lot of storms firing, but none look significant at the moment, which again was expected. That main tornado threat today starts closer to 2 o'clock, which is when we should see that watch come out in about an hour or so. Here's our newest simulated reflectivity for today. Now, of course, this is simulated reflectivity, so that means it could be somewhat wrong in some areas. But generally, we're going to start seeing an increase in all severe hazards between the 2 to 3 p.m. time frame along that boundary, stretching from near Nashville all the way back down into the Texarkana area, also in northwestern Louisiana. That main threat for tornadoes is going to be on the eastern side of this, with more surface-based storms that should be able to fire here. These should be more surface-based storms, allowing for a better threat for tornadoes, maybe a few strong out there in northwestern Mississippi, southeastern Arkansas, southwestern Tennessee. If we go further into 3 p.m., that continues with an all hazards threat. You can see 3 p.m. we start to see some big time hailers form out here. 3 p.m. eastern and northeastern Texas, southwestern Arkansas should see some large hail there as well. And then going towards 4 p.m., again, it's still very sloppy because they're firing right on that warm front. But we're going to continue to just monitor it, see exactly what happens there. and figure out how notable our tornado threat may be. Trippy, have you ever thought that maybe we're not seeing a severe threat in Ohio, so that's why I'm not talking about Ohio? Ohio is in a general thunderstorm risk, which means you could see some light rain and, worst case scenario, a rumble of thunder. If I go up to Ohio, since you're really wanting to know, there you go, light rain. You're not in a threat for severe weather today. And I believe you won't be in another threat. Yeah, you're not going to get severe weather today. Maybe isolated severe storms tomorrow. Saturday, isolated severe storms, especially in southwest Ohio. If you're to the Cincinnati area, close to Cincinnati, Ohio, could see some severe weather on Saturday. But it doesn't look very notable. That may change as we get closer. I feel like Saturday is going to change quite a lot as we start seeing some newer model runs and better model runs render in for that day. We're at over 600 people watching and 170 likes. Let's see if we can get to at least 200 likes. It's greatly appreciated. I appreciate all you guys for tuning in here. Like I said, we're going to continue to watch this threat for severe weather. And really, we're just waiting for the storms to intensify, which is really going to happen once peak daytime heating starts between 2 and 3. I think the biggest issue today is going to be hail. I really wouldn't be shocked if we see 3-inch hail today. Let me show you. Also, flooding. Do they have a high risk out for flooding? Because, I mean, let's see. They do, yeah. Flooding is going to be a big, big issue today. Because we're going to just have training intense thunderstorms over an area. So if you're in a flash flood prone area, man, you better be extremely weather aware today. Make sure you have an area that you can quickly get to higher ground in. I mean, anywhere in that level, this is different. This is a level 2, level 3, level 4 out of 4. We have 4 risks for flash flooding, a marginal, slight, moderate, high. We do not have an enhanced risk. So this is your maximum risk that we can get. We've got a 4 out of 4 high risk for flooding. This is for flooding, not for severe weather, for flash flooding. We have a high risk for flooding there. All the way from the Little Rock Metro back up towards Clarksville, Tennessee, Madisonville, Kentucky, as we will see plenty of training thunderstorms today. If we look at the official National Weather Service forecast for rain today, just briefly. So this is until, we'll do the next 24 hours. So the next 20, we'll do a little less than that. So about the next 20 hours or so, you can see we're going to see widespread 1 to 4 inches of rainfall. Isolated amounts may be up to about 5 inches of rainfall. But the issue is this rain is not going to stop. Tomorrow, we've got another moderate risk here for flash flooding. And then on Saturday, actually, we've got a day 3 high risk for flash flooding there on Saturday as well. So we'll continue to watch that as well. Flooding is going to be a very, very big issue here. No mentioning channel names, please. Those messages get automatically deleted. And also, if you're trying to get my attention to look at your forecast, there is over 600 people in here, so I'm not going to be able to look at all the forecasts. I'm just trying to do a broad area. I'm not doing town by town. I'm doing broad regions. Yeah, this was flooding here for Saturday. Flooding for Saturday. We've got a high risk there. So that's today we have a high risk for flooding. Tomorrow we have a moderate risk. And then on day 3, we have a high risk as well. And the National Weather Service themselves called this a once in every 25 to 100 year event. Potentially a lifetime or generational flash flood event. Which is, that's crazy. That is crazy. I believe we have just hit the maximum viewers this channel has ever seen in its an entire 5-year history. I don't believe we've ever had 700 viewers watching this channel at one given moment. I cannot thank you enough. I appreciate every last one of you guys for tuning in. You literally just broke probably every channel record right there in terms of views here on this channel. In the entire 5 years that I've been doing this, I don't think we've ever had 700 viewers. Which, of course, the streams only go back a year, but that's because I had to delete a lot of streams because, I mean, it just flooded our page. I don't plan on deleting any more streams, though, because I learned that a lot of people want to go back and look at the events. A lot of people want to go back and look at the events that that happened like a year, 2 years, 3 years ago. So we're going to keep them all up for archives and retitle them so that way you can try to find them easily. West Tennessee, so near Memphis. Let me show you the severe threat for today. So this is an enhanced risk for severe weather. We've got level 3 out of 5 for definitely hail and tornadoes today. The more north you are, the less your threat is. So if you are up towards like Martin or so, Martin, Union City, Dryersburg in west central Tennessee, your tornado threat is going to be fairly low. But if you're near like Memphis, your tornado threat is going to be the highest today. You've got a chance for a few strong tornadoes, maybe even a long tracked or intense tornado being possible. But a lot of this risk is going to be extremely large hail. They also extended that large hail threat way into central Texas as well. So big time hail threat today. Like I said, we could see multiple events of 3-inch hail. I would almost say potentially slightly more than that, but I don't know. Ashley, no channel names, but no, I do not. Yeah, Chrissy, that's, you got to make sure you have your notification bell set to all. So that way it notifies you when I'm live, because YouTube doesn't do a great job at sending my feed out to the recommended page when you're subscribed. Thank you, Ice Cream, for the $5 donation. 40 hours with no sleep? Man, you got to go to sleep, dude. You're good to go to sleep today. Get a lot of sleep today. Get a lot of sleep today. Because you're probably going to end up needing it for Saturday's threat. You are in a slight risk there, but I think that greatest risk for severe weather will be off to your west, but you're still in that slight risk level 2 out of 5 there. Yeah, we haven't stopped with severe weather ever since Sunday. It is Thursday. Actually, I think we might even... Yeah, we had a threat Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then, of course, we have tomorrow, which is Friday. And then we have Saturday. Then we have Sunday. I mean, it's like a full week. Like 7-8 days of severe weather. Just absolutely absurd. When is peak today? It's hard to say exactly when peak starts, but somewhere between 2 and 3 p.m. is when peak begins. And then it should end around 6 o'clock for the tornado threat, at least. The tornado threat peak should end near 6. Around 6 o'clock, things are going to start going more elevated and everything's going to become big-time hail. At 260 likes, we got 100 likes in 10 minutes. That is crazy. That is very crazy. Let me go back to here. Wow. Yeah, I don't even think it's close. I think our previous record for peak viewers was 583. We hit 722 just a second ago. It's just crazy, y'all. That is just crazy. And again, just want to also keep an eye on these storms. Let's see if they have lightning. Yeah, that one in Clarksdale. Okay, that may be one that we have to pay attention to here. Because again, the boundary is like somewhere generally in here, right? That little guy might be south of the boundary. Which might mean it's a storm to pay attention to here. Now, it is in a very messy area. You can see all these storms around it, so it's going to take a long time for it to organize if it even can. But that's the first storm I'm a little bit interested in here. That's northwest of Clarksdale, Mississippi. Definitely no imminent threat, but in about an hour or so, once the environment becomes a bit better, that could start to increase in severe hazards. So we'll pay attention to that one. Missouri, southern Missouri is in a threat. So if you're in like the Boot Hill, Missouri, southeast Missouri, the main threat is a brief spin-up tornado, as well as very large hail up to 3-inch in diameter. Way out here in like, let's see, Cardwell, Kennett, Bragg City, that area could see up to 3-inch hail today. Again, I'll show you the tornado threat. That is where our highest threat for tornadoes is. All the way from northeastern Texas in the Arklatex area, just south of Little Rock, just northwest of Shreveport, Louisiana, all the way through Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, into part of the metro of Nashville, Tennessee, included in that greatest strong tornado threat. And the greatest hail threat is very large. You can see that, a huge area for hail up to 3-inch in diameter today. Very large area for very large hail. And the greatest wind threat is that little dark brown area. Actually, they upgraded that. Yo, wait, they upgraded that, y'all. We had an upgrade. They have upgraded today to a 30% wind. That is new. They've gone 30% wind for Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee, Corinth, Mississippi. That is a new 30% wind risk for winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So make sure you're hyper weather aware. Now all significant hazards seem to be on the table as they've increased that wind threat from 15% to 30%. Which means there's now a 30% chance of 60 or greater mile per hour winds every 25 miles of a given point inside that red area. Yes, it is a non-sig wind, but that we're still going to have the opportunity for significant damaging winds very, very easily. Considering their mesoscale discussion, they mentioned winds up to 80 miles per hour, or rather up to 70 miles per hour. 70 is still very significant. We're anticipating 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and we could get winds approaching as high as 80 today. That's like the maximum gust we could see. Yesterday, our maximum gust was 90 miles per hour, but somehow we managed to actually get an observed gust of 100 miles per hour just east of Indianapolis, Indiana yesterday. Yeah, just keep an eye on that one north of Clarksdale. Like I said, I don't think it's any imminent threat by any means. Nothing is an imminent threat for severe weather at the moment. But once we get towards between 2 and 3 p.m., things should start to increase. And we should see that tornado watch come out. Let's see. They say before 2:15. Before 2:15 Eastern, that's 1:15 Central. So within the next about an hour from now. Just around a little less than an hour from now, that tornado watch should come out. So again, make sure you're hyper weather aware if you are in these risk areas. Make sure you are very weather aware. Your phone's charged. All electronic devices are charged, so that way you can get alerted of any severe warnings or tornado warnings that do come through. Also, make sure your family is aware of severe weather. That's a big one. Make sure your family, everyone in your house knows that there's a chance for severe weather today. Make sure you know where your safe spot is. The best safe spot is a basement or a storm shelter. If you have neither of those, it's the most interior room of your house on the lowest level possible, away from all doors and windows. But the best safe spot is definitely a basement and a storm shelter. Let's see here. Yeah. So it's just, you can see that one storm definitely is strengthening right there. It is strengthening. Like I said, it is south of the main boundary here. Your primary boundary is, I still don't know exactly where it is, but a rough estimate is in here. That's a rough estimate of your boundary between not favorable for tornadoes and very favorable for tornadoes. And I mean, those storms are right on the boundary there. The only reason why they're not really exploding is because we don't have the best environment in place yet. Once we get more daytime heating, which is really going to start up here now. Daytime heating's really started up. So from now all the way till 3, we should continue to see intensification of these storms. And if that doesn't happen, then we'll know something's going wrong with the environment, and today may not perform. So I use all types of radars right now. This is GR Earth, but I also use GR2 analysis, Radar Omega, WeatherWise, Radar Scope. The main one I use is GR2 analysis. That's what you see here. This is what I use to try to spot tornadoes. Because other softwares like Radar Omega, they're not as high definition, they're not as fast with radar scans, and they're more for like a kind of TV approach. You know, to make everything look really smooth and cool and easy to see. Whereas GR2 is more an analysis approach. That's why it's called GR2 analysis. It is a PC only one. If you're on mobile, I would recommend Radar Omega or WeatherWise. WeatherWise is a bit difficult to find. I'll put a link in chat since we have a lot of people in here. If you don't know what WeatherWise is, you can click that link in the chat right there. It's a pretty big link because that's going to send you right to where I have it located, which is over Arkansas. And it will bring you to this page here. This is WeatherWise. You can customize a lot in this. Quickly becoming the best free radar software. They do have a paid version now for some additional features, but the free version is still, I mean, it's better than a lot of radars out there. So this is WeatherWise that I'm using here, which is fairly new. It really started becoming a great radar software in about like January or February is when it started getting a lot more recognition. And they literally released an update today. I think it included new advisories like fog advisories or some stuff like that. So they update it very frequently. Another storm starting to get a little bit stronger here is this one. A lot more lightning activity with it. Right here. That's just to the south of McCory in east central Arkansas. No severe threat with it at the moment, just very heavy rain and some lightning with it. It is north of the boundary, so the tornado threat should be near 0 with that in the short term. But as we start getting closer and closer to that main time frame, we should see these storms intensify more. New mesoanalysis, which is our current observations here. Let's go see what we're looking at. So surface observations, you can see you're getting up there, man. You're getting up there. 81 temperatures, 70 dew points. That is very, very favorable for severe weather, including strong tornadoes. Now, we have to look at other kinematics here as well. So Cape, very favorable out there. So you have a very, very favorable environment in northeast Mississippi. However, I don't think many storms are going to fire in that area. So this is your area that is favorable for tornadoes, and you can see that goes from around Nashville through central Arkansas back down into Texas. So a very large area for favorable tornadoes. However, we don't have like a cold front or something that's going to initiate thunderstorms. So if you're north of like this general area here, we're not going to see a lot of storms south of this area. South of this region, we're not going to see many storms at all. There's not any forcing mechanism to fire any thunderstorms. So even though you have this very favorable environment, no storms are going to be using that environment, which results in, well, no severe weather. And if we turn on our SPC outlook here, I believe we can just show that up right here. So there is your we'll do hail threat right there. And you can see how that doesn't go past that 5% brown area. It doesn't go past any more south and around Shreveport. It doesn't reach towards like Alexandria. Same for central Mississippi. It doesn't go towards the Jackson area. So it's a very sharp cutoff there because there's no forcing mechanism that far south. And then there's your tornado threat, that very small tornado threat right along the warm front, cold front with the specific 10 hatched area for strong tornadoes all the way from the Nashville area down through the Texarkana region in northeast Texas. So the most favorable environment right now is going to be right on that warm front, cold front, right up here. Like I said, any more south of that, we're not seeing any storms develop anytime soon. All right, let's go move that over to here again. Let's see if this is doing anything. Yeah, like I said, no imminent threat still for severe weather out of that storm, but it's going to start increasing. Let's see. There's still no watches from the SPC. Like I said, those will be issued here. They should be issued within the next 45 minutes. That's what they were saying. Watches, 1 or 2 watches issued within the next 45 minutes before 2:15 Eastern. That's 1:15 Central. Let's see if we got anything else over here. We're also going to get the new HRRR run, which is our most accurate model run at the moment. We'll get a new one in about 25 minutes there. Although you don't want to use the HRRR really that much day of. You know, it doesn't hurt to just look at it to see what it's showing, but you shouldn't take it like seriously or anything. You really want to be nowcasting, which is what this is for, mesoanalysis. That's your nowcasting tool, which is very, very helpful. I may not show it every hour, but every single hour I do look to see what mesoanalysis is showing. Which, by the way, let me show you satellite here. I know it's above my face cam there. But look at that. This satellite looks very similar to what we saw yesterday in the morning hours and in the afternoon. It looks a little similar with all this moisture return and clearing in the southern portion of the risk area. And all of that is going to keep moving northward, and it's going to eventually ignite right along that warm front. But thankfully, like I said, we don't have a cold front today. If we had a cold front that, say, was in like eastern Texas or something, like what we had yesterday, then we would end up with another high-end threat. But because we don't have a cold front to ignite widespread thunderstorms, we only have a little tiny warm front right up here, and storms are firing along that. And you can see how our ingredients are well south of the warm front there. They're on and well south of the warm front. Nothing is getting past that. You have very minimal ingredients over much of Arkansas. So that's good news. I mean, because literally, look at this. This is a very, very potent environment out here, and much of it is not even going to be touched today. Pretty much none of it's going to be used. The only environment that may be used is, like I said, back up here But even in that case, the instability is pretty low up there. But we do have a risk for severe weather. There's obviously going to be a couple severe storms today. Definitely extremely large hail up to 3-inch in diameter. Some damaging winds could approach. Lord have mercy. There you go. Moderate risk has just been added for tomorrow. Well, there you go. That immediately initiates. We're probably going to be live for about 10 hours tomorrow. They have done that moderate risk and pulled that moderate risk trigger there over Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma for tomorrow. So another potentially high-end day for tornadoes has just been outlined by the SPC tomorrow. So multiple strong, long-tracked strong tornadoes, potentially an isolated violent tornado, damaging winds up to 70, 75 miles per hour, and large hail up to about 2.5-inch in diameter possible for tomorrow. So the SPC has decided to upgrade to a moderate risk for severe weather for tomorrow. Several clusters of strong to severe storms will be possible around the Arklatex area tomorrow, including the potential for strong to intense tornadoes. The threat for tornadoes, some potentially EF3+. A more conditional long-track tornado threat, which would also bring a greater opportunity for intense EF3+ tornadoes, will exist along the frontal boundary. So there you go. A moderate risk has now been issued for tomorrow, which is what we were talking about. We were talking about the SPC pulling the upgrade trigger there to a moderate risk day 2, and it seems like they had enough confidence. It was all about confidence, and they had enough of it, so they pulled it. Moderate is a 4 out of 5. This might disappear at any second, so it might disappear because Radar Omega doesn't get these outlooks that fast. Somehow it's actually here. So there you go. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4 out of 5 for severe weather. So a very significant threat for all hazards, specifically tornadoes. The main risk is tornadoes. The reason for the upgrade is tornadoes. The wind threat is still slight, level 2 out of 5. The hail threat is a level 3 out of 5. And then the tornado threat is the only reason why we have a moderate risk. That is a 4 out of 5 there. Pretty big moderate, quite a bit bigger than I was expecting. You can see they expanded that slight risk very significantly. That was expanded significantly off to the west-southwest there. They didn't expand it too far to the northwest. So there you go. They did go ahead and pull that day 2 trigger, which I was kind of 50-50 on it. So that goes from Little Rock, Arkansas, up towards Mountain View. I know there was somebody in here just northwest of Little Rock who asked for a forecast tomorrow. You've been upgraded to a moderate risk 4 out of 5 for tornadoes tomorrow. So multiple long-tracked intense EF3+ tornadoes will be possible tomorrow, specifically in that orange and more specifically in that red area for tomorrow. So please make sure you are hyper weather aware for tomorrow as well. Start preparations now for this threat tomorrow. And look here. I mean, Little Rock, you're in an enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 today, and then you just got upgraded to that moderate. This is the old outlook. I told you it would change. You were upgraded to that moderate risk level 4 out of 5 for tomorrow. There you go. There you go. There's the moderate risk. Yeah, moderate risks are pretty rare, especially day 2 moderates. That's pretty high confidence for a tornado outbreak there. Let's see if there's any more very concerning wording there. Let's see. Multiple supercells along a frontal zone during the mid to late afternoon and into the evening hours. This messy mode may limit the long-track tornado threat of these supercells, but given with the limited duration, this environment will support a tornado threat. So that's talking about the western side here, this area, for a lesser long-track tornado threat. But of course, we'll have a good open warm sector out here, so we're going to see supercells in front of the line and that's going to include the threat for long track strong tornadoes. Now, one of the issues for tomorrow is it is in a radar hole, one of the most notable radar holes in the U.S. here. We've got a moderate risk. You can see we have no radar coverage out in this area. So keep that in mind as well. Warnings could be delayed. Warnings may not be issued as quickly because we won't have any good radar coverage along that south-southwest side of the moderate risk area. So keep that in mind too. That's another reason to also be hyper weather aware. We do have 2 good radar sites in this, the Little Rock, the Fort Smith radar site, and we'll also be using the Shreveport radar, but that southwest side of your risk here definitely has a good old radar hole in it. Wait for that to update. You can see the tornado threat still hasn't updated on Radar Omega for tomorrow. It still thinks it's 10 sig, but it is a moderate risk. So make sure, once again, you are hyper weather aware there for tomorrow. Moderate risk level 4 out of 5 just got issued for the day 2 outlook there. Which, I expected that. I just didn't really know if they were going to pull it now or if they were going to wait till tomorrow to pull it. It was either now or tomorrow. And they did go ahead and pull it right now, so their confidence is definitely increased. Also, that slight risk does go all the way up till St. Louis now, so I know we had a few people watching from St. Louis. You have also been added into that slight risk for tomorrow. So they did expand that. But here's today's outlook, which is a 1 categorical risk less. It is an enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 here in the orange. Again, going from the Nashville metro area through Memphis, through Little Rock, Hot Springs, Pine Bluff, into the Texarkana area as well for today. And then tomorrow, that enhanced risk gets, honestly, really the same. Really the same in terms of size. It's not much bigger. Let's see. So today's enhanced risk is actually larger than tomorrow. So we actually have a larger enhanced risk today than tomorrow. And then on Saturday here, that enhanced risk also is fairly large. Saturday has the largest enhanced risk out of the 3 days at the moment. So if you're just tuning in, the SPC just upgraded tomorrow's threat to a day 2 moderate risk for severe weather. That is a level 4 out of 5. That is a very serious ordeal there. That means confidence in a tornado outbreak has increased drastically in this area. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but tomorrow looks like a dangerous to potentially deadly outbreak. I know that's going pretty far on the spectrum, but it looks like we're going to see multiple discrete supercells fire in the open warm sector tomorrow. So, I mean, it looks like a very, very dangerous day for tomorrow. On the new HRRR that rendered in earlier this morning, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Multiple supercells in the open warm sector, as well as on that frontal zone that the SPC was talking about there. All capable of producing long-tracked, intense tornadoes of EF3 plus strength. So it could be another very, very dangerous outbreak of tornadoes tomorrow. So please be hyper weather aware if you are in that moderate risk area. Make sure you are hyper weather aware for tomorrow. Start preparations now. We don't have a lot of severe weather happening with our risk today at the moment. That will start to increase. Like I said, from 2 to 3 p.m., we should see an increase in tornadic activity today. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to go ahead and prepare for tomorrow's risk now, whilst there's no severe weather ongoing in the U.S. at the moment. Again, one of the biggest things there for tomorrow's threat is to tell your family members that there is a moderate risk for severe weather. Make sure you're telling your family that, you know, there's a very high-end threat for all hazards, specifically tornadoes in this area. Make sure you know where your safe spot is. And just alert as many people as you can that there is a moderate risk. Again, 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. Again, if you haven't already, I know I've asked this quite a lot, but that's because I know people are frequently leaving and joining. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. I will be live probably all day tomorrow, I imagine. I'll probably start the live stream. I would love to hold off till 12. So we'll probably go live about 12, about the same time we went live today for tomorrow. So we'll be live through much of the day tomorrow and probably into the night hour as well. Tomorrow could easily be another 11 plus hour live stream there. 10 to 11 hour live stream is definitely possible for tomorrow. Let's see here. Let's go check on that storm in northwestern Mississippi. It did just go fully clustered, so I don't think that's going to pose a very large tornado threat there. Probably won't do much. There we go. Ardmore, is that in Oklahoma? I'll just look at this real quick. Is that spelled wrong? Or am I looking at the wrong state? Ardmore. Okay. Yeah, I think you forgot to put an R in that. So actually you just got in a, is that right? Oklahoma Mesonet recorded wind gusts of 45 miles per hour due to a wake low. Wow, yeah, you're getting very strong winds not associated with thunderstorms right now. At about 45 mile per hour wind gusts there. But outside of that threat, I don't think you're seeing much, right? I mean, today you're in the slight, so you need to be weather aware, but pretty sure tomorrow, slight risk day 3, probably, yeah, general thunderstorm risk. So not really any high-end threats there in south central Oklahoma. Definitely the threat for some very large hail today, up to 2.5 inch in diameter, some damaging winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Tomorrow might be, okay, about the same. Wind threat, 60 mile per hour winds, and the hail threat is a little less for tomorrow. It looks like closer to 1.5 inch hail possible tomorrow. So main threat is hail over the next 2 days. The tornado risk is actually very low. And then as you go into Saturday, it moves to your east, and then Sunday, it stays to your east, well to your east. Looks like we're getting quite a lot of storms firing here along our boundary in Texas and Oklahoma. So we are starting to see storms ignite now in Texas and Oklahoma, the Texarkana area. Main threat with these will by far be very large hail, potentially up to 3 inch in diameter. Also, the potential for... What? Also the potential for brief sped-up tornado too. Hold on, what? Let me go look at this again. Let's see here. Huh. Interesting. Maybe a little hint towards a high risk possible tomorrow. I'm not too sure, but definitely a little hint. More discrete open warm sec development is possible, but will become more clear there towards the day 1 time frame. Maybe a small hint there. We'll see if confidence increases at all. But that is a small hint there for a greater tornado threat, even greater than a moderate risk right there for tomorrow. So we'll see how that continues through the day one outlook. I don't think they're gonna go high risk. That would be absurd. But apparently, I mean, there is definitely a mention, not specifically to an upgrade to high risk, but definitely, you know, a little bit of a hint towards a greater tornado threat, which would be greater than a moderate risk, which is a high risk, just straight out flat. So just definitely want to be very weather aware tomorrow, man. Gracious, I didn't expect to see that on their outlook there. A hint towards another upgrade. Jeez. All right, these storms are they're now starting to get a bit higher in DBZ. So I wouldn't be shocked if we end up with a watch here pretty soon, probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes. As these storms are now starting to intensify, especially on the west side here. They're definitely starting to intensify quite quickly. So our severe threat is now beginning, and here comes a tornado watch. Here comes a tornado watch from all the way in southeast Kentucky through far east central Arkansas. New tornado watch was just issued. A few tornadoes likely, ping pong sized tail possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds likely. So the main threat in this area is going to be significant damaging winds, a few tornadoes, maybe one or two strong, as well as some large hail up to about 2 inch in diameter. The biggest hail threat for today should be a little bit west of where this tornado watch is coming in for. That huge hail threat should be on the west side here a bit. All right, there you go. There's your tornado watch. Just got issued there. Again, that now goes from far east central Arkansas through Tennessee and Kentucky there. A little bit far southeast on that tornado watch. I didn't expect that to go all the way into Tupelo, but they did. Before I look at this, I'm going to guess it is a 60-40 tornado watch. 70-40. I was very, very close. I was 10% off. 70-40 tornado watch. So that means we have the chance, 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, and a 40% chance one of those is significant of EF2 to EF5 intensity. So if we go up here, a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense EF3 plus tornadoes possible. 70-mile-per-hour winds likely, 1.5 inch hail possible. So the hail threat is a little bit lower in this area, but that is because it's not for your primary hail risk. You can see it's only on the very far southeast side of that main high risk there. So that's not where we're seeing our really large hail risk for today. Still could see 2 inch hail there, but that's not where our very primary hail risk is. Our primary hail risk for the day is back out here. It's where our big hail risk is, up to 3 inch in diameter. Yeah, pretty good tornado watch there for an enhanced risk. 70-40 is quite up there. That pink Sharpie will be running out of ink. Yeah, I know. Tomorrow has a possible third high risk on it, which is ridiculous. I don't know how that's even possible, really. Never saw that one coming. Jeez. Give me just a second. I gotta quickly tweet this. Moderate risk. 4 out of 5. Okay. Oops. That's not a spelling error, dumb old Twitter. Twitter's trying to correct my proper grammar. Man. Yeah, there's Tornado Watch 107. And we should get a severe watch shortly here in Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, and southeastern Oklahoma. Let's see here. I've been seeing drone footage of the summer tornado last night, and I have to say it's at least a high end 4.2. Not going to say damage. Have you seen any photos yet? I have seen some. I saw one where a house was fully slabbed, but you can't tell from a photo there. You really can't tell. You got to be... They're going to get engineers. They're going to go to those houses and they're going to inspect them. They're going to see how they were built. They're going to see what pictures look like for those houses before they were hit by the tornado. And then they're going to get their engineer team and they're going to all come together and talk about what rating it should be. They're not going to just go look at take a quick picture in 1 second and then boom, done. They're going to properly inspect those houses to figure out how they were built. For instance, if a trailer home is fully slabbed and gone, that may be an EF2 tornado. Whereas if a well-built, bolted to the foundation brick home 2-story house may be closer to a EF4, low end EF5 indicator. So you got to inspect how the house's condition, what the house's condition was before it got hit by the tornado. Which is why all those weenies on Twitter who take screenshots of other people's footage of damage, or, just go to the damage site and take pictures of people's homes that have been destroyed without even asking or being even remotely courteous to people who just lost everything, and they go screaming EF5 on Twitter. That's why you shouldn't be listening to them. And also, again, watch out for misinformation about damage as well. We saw just earlier today, I saw on Twitter, somebody posted pictures from the EF5 tornado in Joplin, Missouri in 2011 and called it tornado damage from the Selmer tornado in western Tennessee early this morning. So you got to be very careful. Ron, I do switch the maps quite frequently. I try my best to stay on this map here so you can understand it very easily. The dark green is level 1, yellow is yellow is level 2, and then the enhanced risk is 3 out of 5. But sometimes you'll see me switch to these other maps really quick, and I may forget to switch it back. Let's see here. Well, they're the professionals, Major. They never do that, and they never will do that. Every indicator is carefully inspected, especially if we're talking about slabbed homes in a high-end tornado. I don't think we'll see a high risk tomorrow. In my opinion, there's not nearly enough confidence in discrete cells in the open warm sector, but the SPC did mention another further upgrade potentially being needed. The HRRR is under convecting a lot, so we can't use the HRRR today. It's very inaccurate. Just please be careful with what you're looking at online here in terms of damage pictures and ratings. Unfortunately, even when people are hit by tornadoes, people try to take advantage of that and post old pictures and old tornadoes to try to make it seem like it was absurdly ridiculous, or EF5 tornado, and then they try to take advantage of that situation to gain them followers. So just make sure you're being careful. I just saw a post. It looks like debris was lofted up about 35,000 feet on the Selmer tornado, which is, that is easily a violent tornado. Easily a violent tornado that hit Selmer in western Tennessee. But will it get that EF4 or EF5 rating? It's for the National Weather Service to decide. The NWS will decide what rating that deserves. Same goes for all the other tornadoes that occurred yesterday. But I do believe the Lake City tornado, I think that lofted debris as high as like 43, 42, 43,000 feet up. Nah, I don't retweet things on my Twitter. I should probably start doing that. That would probably be a good idea. But I haven't retweeted anything in like a year on there. All right, let's see. Plenty of storms fired here. A lot of storms that have fired. None of them look extremely notable at the moment. I'm not concerned about any of them, to be honest with you. But now we are starting to get to the time frame of where things should intensify. It's 2 o'clock. So things should intensify from here on out. We just recently got that tornado watch. If you're just now tuning in or retuning in, we just got a tornado watch issued from East Central Arkansas up through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky for the threat of multiple tornadoes, a few strong to potentially intense tornadoes also possible inside that watch area. That watch goes until 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Central Time. Thank you, Ron, for becoming an EF1 member. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for the support. We should also see a severe thunderstorm watch issued here. I don't know when, but eventually we should see a severe watch, or who knows, maybe it will be a tornado watch issued in this area. What part of Tennessee is the tornado watch in? So give you a closer look here. So Memphis is in the tornado watch, up through one county to the west of Jackson. So Brownsville in that tornado watch. Huntington is in the tornado watch. Clarksville is in the tornado watch. That goes into the Nashville metro. It stops at Pulaski in south central Tennessee, and it also stops way up here into Huntsville in northeast Tennessee. I can also give you another graphic here. Let's see here. That will show you it a little better as well. Screenshot this real quick. So this is from the National Weather Service here. And there you go. Just to give you a good look at that. So those yellow counties are in a tornado watch. That's your full tornado watch from Tupelo, Mississippi, far east central Arkansas, through the Memphis, Jackson, Columbia, Nashville metros, up towards Huntsville and northeastern, north central Tennessee, also including London and southeast Kentucky, all under a new tornado watch until 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. All right, let's go back over here. Let's see if the HRRR has changed anything. Well, that's interesting. You see that? Semi-discrete supercell, semi-discrete supercell, semi-discrete supercell, supercells, embedded supercells, and then the cluster of hail back here. That's at 5 p.m. So 3 hours from now. This could be a pretty bad day too, honestly. No wonder why they went a little bit higher in with that tornado watch. Yeah, look at all the updraft helicity tracks there. That one in southern Arkansas is definitely hail. But these would be potential tornado threats here. So we'll definitely be watching that very, very closely and see how it pans out. Again, that is just a simulated model run, so it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see like 10 to 20 tornadoes today like that model run sometimes shows. But it does mean that there is definitely the threat for tornadoes today, and you need to be weather aware. Definitely need to be weather aware. So that MCD expires in about 8 minutes here. I don't know what watch they're going to issue, but we will eventually get a watch out here for the Little Rock Metro down towards the Longview, Tyler, Texas area. And also towards Shreveport, Louisiana as well. So you can see over the last 30 minutes, these storms have really started to intensify out here in Arkansas. Thankfully, we don't have the best environment for tornadoes out here in Arkansas, other than the far eastern counties. So these should mainly be very heavy rain threats. And then as they strengthen, definitely going to start seeing some large hail and some damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour being possible. Now, as for back out here in Mississippi, Tennessee, the environment is a little bit more conductive for tornadoes to develop here. So we're going to keep an eye on all these storms. They are very messy, which means the strong tornado threat is definitely limited in the short term. No storm is going to be able to like run off from all the other cells and become discrete. So the strong tornado threat is definitely low in the short term here, but should increase with time. Something else that new HRRR has is it has the tornado threat not stopping towards 5. It has the tornado threat continuing well into the night hours. I mean, Clarksville's in the tornado watch, but personally, I think the main tornado threat is going to stay off to your south. I think the main tornado threat is going to stay in this area. It's going to be a very small area. And the problem is with today is those areas could see multiple different tornadoes. We could have tornadoes that train over each other today because we're having a stalling warm front. So multiple storms are going to fire on that warm front as they already are. And then if they start to produce tornadoes, we could have multiple storms produce tornadoes over the same areas. So Clarksville definitely needs to be hyper weather aware. For sure, want to pay very close attention. But right now, the main tornado threat is very low and off to your south. Watching two storms, one in Holly Springs, Mississippi, and one in Henderson, Tennessee. Two little storms that are starting to get up and intensify. This one in Henderson is undergoing a lot of cell mergers, and the one in Holly Springs is the same, so... as long as we keep seeing cell mergers here, these storms are gonna just continue to fall apart. And those cell mergers should begin to stop, especially as we get closer to 3. Like I said, from here on out, things are going to just start to continue to intensify. I think the main batch of storms I'm watching right now is this batch up here. They are like on the warm front boundary, so they're definitely going to have a good chance to produce tornadoes if they can get their act together. That's in southwestern Tennessee, and that will move. That's going to move towards Nashville over the next 2 hours here. So here's our mesoanalysis from about an hour ago. Yeah, from about an hour ago. And you can see those storms, which are right there. They are on the warm front. So they are right on the warm front where the environment is most favorable. And then as they move northeast, they're going to continue to move into that more and more favorable environment here. If we go to supercell composite, you can see the most favorable environment is where the storms are. And then also going into south central Tennessee where they're heading. They're heading up this way. So those storms are definitely going to be some cells to watch here. Bring that back over here again. We will get a new mesoanalysis at really any minute, so I'll show that once it comes in. There we go. Again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all. Just to show you real quick here, I haven't shown this in a while, we actually have gained like 300 subscribers in the last like 3 days or so. You can see when this outbreak sequence started here on March 30th, we were at 8,209, and now we're at 8,555. So we've actually gained over 300 new subscribers over this time frame here, which is the biggest increase in subscribers that we've had ever since April of last year. We have plenty of moisture. Moisture is not an issue today. The issue is we don't have a big forcing mechanism. It's storms are firing off of a warm front. And there is a severe thunderstorm warning now for possible. So we actually have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning here for Russell Springs in south central Kentucky. There's Russell Springs, you can see right there. And here's our big thunderstorm here. And we're going to keep watching that very closely to see if it can increase enough in rotation. Yeah, you can see, there you go. There's a broad area of greens going towards the radar site and red of winds going away from the radar site. So we're getting an area of rotation trying to develop here for Russell Springs in south central Kentucky. 80-mile-per-hour winds, or not 80, my bad. 60-mile-per-hour winds, my goodness. 80-mile-per-hour winds are the biggest threat we could possibly see today for winds. But this one has 60-mile-an-hour winds and a TOR possible tag. So 60-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible with this severe. Also very small hail, but that hail threat is very minimal. So keep a very close eye on that. I'm not going to change our overlay to the severe overlay until we start really increasing in activity. I also got to fix that threat level. I'm pretty sure that threat level still says 5 out of 5 on the overlay, which we're at 3 out of 5, not 5 today. Still keeping an eye on this one in Henderson, Tennessee. That one is definitely one I'm going to keep an eye on. The one in Holly Springs still has a little area to watch, but nothing overly concerning. And then, like I said, these storms in eastern Arkansas, they are north of the boundary. That's why there's no tornado watch out for this area at the moment. And there is another severe, probably for hail. Yep, hail and wind for Sulphur Springs, northeastern Texas. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds being possible there. So if you're in Sulphur Springs, Texas, or if you're in that severe back up here in Russell Springs, Kentucky, make sure you are away from doors and windows and make sure you are inside. So please make sure you're away from doors and windows there if you're in those severe warnings. And we should start to see these storms continue to increase in intensity. Pretty much all of them have increased in lightning activity over the last hour, and that should continue. The good news is our primary tornado threat, or where the primary tornado threat is supposed to start, is very messy. It is a very, very messy, sloppy area of just a lot of heavy rain here. There is one good area I'm watching in Henderson, southwest Tennessee, but at the moment it doesn't seem too notable. Let's go back up here again. Little storm west of Nashville. I don't think that's going to do anything. It's just going to merge with the line as it goes to the north. So I doubt that will do much. Let's see here. Trying to see if we got any new information at all. Not yet. So again, new severe warnings just came out. Sulphur Springs, Texas, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible there. We do have a Tor possible severe now in place out here in south central Kentucky. It is a little ahead of the line. You can see the primary messy line is back here. So it is a little bit ahead of the line, which may slightly increase its tornado threat in the short term. Yeah, you can see that broad area of rotation. Green's is winds going towards the radar site. Red is winds going away from the radar site. So right in the middle here, you got a little area of rotation trying to spark up. Let's see if that wants to load. Yeah, maybe a little area here near west of Edmonton, south central Kentucky. So we'll also keep an eye on that too. But no imminent tornado threat. Just some normal severe storms. Again, we'll keep an eye on that Tor possible severe, but it's not very strong. Let's see. My camera's a little left. I'm gonna move you guys just a little bit this way. There you go. I could tell it's a little off-centered. It probably was yesterday, too. Any watch out yet? Yeah, still no watch out here for Arkansas. I'm assuming that's because they're debating issuing a tornado watch or a severe watch. They're trying to figure out which one is more needed here. Personally, I mean, either one. Either one is definitely definitely possible here. Yeah. 3 o'clock, the HRRR has all those storms in southwest Arkansas. They're all big hailers. Like I said, I don't think they will be much of a tornado threat. I feel like they're going to be north of the boundary. So, yeah, I agree with the SPC not having a tornado watch that far southwest. But who knows, maybe they'll issue a new watch that goes that far to the southwest. All right, let's go back over to the Nashville radar site. Not much happening there. I think I'm going to have to get a new one open here. I mean, really, the only one where we're seeing activity in is the Memphis radar site. It's the only one that we're seeing activity on with the 3 analysis ones that I have open. So I may have to open 2 more analysis radars. Probably one in the Dallas radar site and maybe one up in Louisville, Kentucky. Sources probably trust me, bro, on that one, Ben. So here's a broader look at all of our storms right now. As expected, pretty messy. These are very discreet out here in Arkansas. If we had a higher end environment like yesterday, these would definitely be big, big issues. But thankfully, they are north of the main front. So they're really going to just pose mostly a hail threat and wind threat with all of these storms back here. Your primary tornado threat in the short term is with these cells in this area from about the Nashville metro back down towards far northwest Mississippi, extreme east central Arkansas. And also going to keep an eye on that severe warning there, but it's not, you know, from MRMS, it just looks like it's a little bit of bow echoes. Like all these look outflow dominant here. They don't look tornadic. But you can see why they went toward possible in that. I mean, still a good area of winds going towards and away from the radar site, so it is spinning a little. Just not very concerned on it. Not very concerned about that. The SPC did just go ahead and tweet about tomorrow's threat. They said clusters of supercells will pose the threat for EF2 to EF3 tornadoes, 2.75-inch hail, and damaging winds. In and around the moderate risk area. Yeah. By the way, for that discussion that the SPC was mentioning there for a higher tornado threat with discrete storms, I mean, I just really don't see a high risk being needed. I think it's a moderate risk day. I mean, something pretty big is going to have to change for that to be a high risk. I just don't see it really. But the moderate risk, I do see that being needed. It looks like we'll see a few strong to intense tornadoes tomorrow, maybe even a few long tracked as well. It's also going to be a bit of a messy mode too, so you could easily have cell interactions that destroy tornado potential. Alright. Still trying to get a little more organized here in Holly Springs in north central Mississippi. We'll just, we'll watch all these storms, see if any of them look, notable at all, but at the moment they don't. Not very interested in them. Tornado-wise. Yeah, they did go ahead and put a severe on this one in Henderson. It is for 60-mile-an-hour winds, very small hail. So not really looking at much of a tornado threat with that storm, according to that new warning that was just issued. Let's see here. Seeing if anything changed with the new mesoanalysis. I mean, it looks like just the same. Like I said, that boundary is just really not going to move a lot. Maybe small movement to the north-northwest, but really not going to change. Alrighty. Again, these are definitely messier than the HRRR was simulating, so that's good news. That's keeping them from really getting into that environment and using it all up. Instead, there's multiple storms competing for the same environment. I do want to mention that live stream we did 2 days ago. That became our second most popular live stream. Yeah, this one is about to overtake it already. So this is about to be our second most popular live stream. It's already taken third place. That EF2, that was probably the one in central Arkansas. Or rather, central Indiana, my bad. Right, Brownsburg. Indiana. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one in Indiana. That's what I was thinking. Two likes away from 400 likes. So if you haven't already hit that like button, that would be awesome. And there we go. We hit 400 likes. I appreciate that. New special weather statement out here southeast of Fort Smith, Arkansas. That is for 40-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail. So very low wind threats there, but still something to be indoors. You know, if you're in Charleston, Branch, Ozark, Greenwood, just make sure you're indoors. Don't be outside. That's about it. It's not severe. It's a special weather statement, which is one below a severe storm. Okay. New severe just got issued up here. South Central Kentucky. That is also TOR possible as well. Yeah, that does look a little stronger. It very easily could be some contamination because we're looking far from the radar site, but a bit of a good area of rotation there, heading towards Cane Valley, Columbia, South Central Kentucky. Well, we'll need to watch that one. That is definitely a little bit stronger in rotation compared to the other two storms that we're keeping an eye on. And then still a broad area of rotation here in Russell Springs. Very broad rotation there. Henderson still mainly a wind threat. Gonna watch that little area of inflow, the red and yellows you see there east of Henderson. Gonna watch that little area of inflow there to see if it increases in rotation. Waverly, Tennessee. What am I looking for? I see nothing up there. New severe just got issued well to the south of Fort Smith. 1-inch hail and around 50-mile-per-hour winds possible there, going towards Waldron, Boomville, far west central Arkansas. No tornado threat with that. It's north of the boundary, so the tornado threat is going to be near 0. Okay. Took me to Texas for some reason. That? Eh. It might be rotating. It actually might be rotating. That looks like corruption, but from the Nashville radar side, it looks a little bit better. Let's go to the Nashville site on our analysis. Yeah, this is our analysis radar here. Definitely some rotations starting up on those last 3 to 4 scans here. Near Tennessee City, going towards Burns, White Bluff, Charlotte. That's west of Nashville, Tennessee. That is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on here. That is probably one of the better rotations we've seen so far in this stream. So just going to monitor that one closely. I'll keep the Nashville radar site on it, so hopefully I don't forget to keep an eye on it there. Since we're watching so many storms here. Yep, you can see that one still near Michigan City, northeastern Mississippi, still trying to increase in rotation. It's just in a clustered storm mode, so it's struggling for now. Hopefully that continues. Hopefully it keeps on struggling. Oops. Yeah. Let's go back to that one towards west of Nashville again. Just a little air rotation. I'm not very concerned about that. We'll keep waiting. Most popular stream was, I think, on May 27th last year. Pretty sure that was the most popular stream. I don't know how many people we had watching at one point on that stream, but I know it was a lot. This one's not going to pass that in terms of view count. It might have in terms of concurrent viewers, though. I'm pretty sure this stream was either first or second in terms of concurrent viewers. Also, all those severes are normal severes. None of them are considerable. So we don't have to worry about a significant threat just yet with those severe storms. That should change, though. Again, as we keep on going later in the day, we'll have more and more of a threat. Yeah, so the May 27th live stream peaked at 658 viewers. So this stream actually had the most concurrent viewers ever in this channel's history. They did just go high risk for day 2 on excessive rainfall as well. So we now have 3 high risks for rainfall all in a row. Today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all high risks for rainfall. Let me see. Okay. I scared you. Well, I said rainfall. It is for rainfall. Yeah, so far the only one that's really gotten to use this environment for along the warm front is this more mature storm near Scotts Hill. But it's not really intensifying all that much. It's kind of just maintaining here. As I say that, the inflow increases a little bit. It's also going towards the radar hole too, so we won't be able to get very high definition radar imagery of it. But we'll keep an eye on that. That could try to go tornadic. You could see it has a little supercellular shape to it. So if the inflow increases on the southeast side of this supercell, it may try to rotate quite quickly in this area. And then that would move up towards like the Decaturville, Parsons, and then eventually up towards Linden in south central Tennessee. More of kind of central Tennessee. Memphis's main threat is just all day. All day today up until about like midnight or 11 p.m. Eastern. So about 10 Central or so, that's when your severe threat's going to start ending. It's a very long duration event yet again. It's not like a one and done line like we had yesterday. Yesterday we had prefrontals, but then there was just one line that went through and then it stopped the, that was it for your severe threat. You had those prefrontals and then just the cold front. Today it's a warm front that's stationary out here over your risk area, which is why we have that narrow enhanced risk, especially for tornadoes. It's a very narrow, strong tornado threat there. Let's see. Just keep an eye on that severe. Wondering if they're going to put Tor Possible on that if it starts to increase more in rotation. It's very, very small rotation right now. Not anything I'm very concerned about. Just going to be something we keep an eye on. They continued that Tor Possible severe in southern Kentucky for Science Hill and Yearbank in south central Kentucky. See those two areas of rotation? One there and one there. This one's looking better. This is taking more of a supercell shape to it. See how it's taking more of that supercellular shape to it now? It's less of that outflow dominant like line look to it. For instance, this storm that was in Columbia about 15-20 minutes ago, that was a line. But the new one that's heading right for Columbia looks more like a supercell here. And you can see that rotation is increasing right where that hook is. Yeah, so far the tornado threat is fairly on the lower side. Due to just the messy nature of these storms back here in Tennessee and Mississippi. That should slowly get fixed with time. But we're not dealing with a very high-end threat today like we are for yesterday and tomorrow. Today is a level 3 out of 5 for tornadoes. Still no watch out? I'm very surprised we don't have a watch out here. From the SPC in Arkansas, Oklahoma, or just generally this area in here. Generally somewhere in here. Surprised we don't have a watch out yet. Because those storms are definitely strengthening. We've already seen like 2 to 3 severes out here in this region, and we still don't have any watch. So again, nothing very concerning out here in Southwest Tennessee. We are going to keep an eye on that little area of possible rotation there near Reagan, west of Scotts Hill. 60-mile-per-hour winds, Tor possible. So they did go ahead and upgrade that to a Tor possible severe. That mesoscale discussion expired. The mesoscale discussion was for 1 or more watches, and they issued the tornado watch off of that mesoscale discussion, and they have not issued another watch on the west side of our main risk. I suppose they're just waiting to see if storms are more hailers or more tornadic, which they're more hailers at the moment. Let's see here. Yeah, according to the HRRR, that peak tornado threat is like 4 p.m. But it wouldn't surprise me if the HRRR is wrong with that. Let's go back up to Kentucky again. Still, just broad areas of rotation. The one west of Columbia, Kentucky, is still pretty concerning. It is getting a little bit concerning because it still has that supercellular shape to it. As long as it has that little notching right there, it's going to be a bit of a concern for a tornado threat, which is why it is Tor possible. Also for 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Well, in this case, Billy, if storms are producing very large hail out here in Arkansas, that would result in them probably being more elevated. Because it would be north of the front. There's a little front that is here. From somewhere up in this area, we have a front. Like right here. Maybe a little bit more south than that. And if storms are north of that front, they're going to be elevated, mainly with a big hail risk. If they are on that front or south of that front, that's where they're going to be more of a tornado threat to still a hail and wind threat. So we're just trying to figure out which storms are north of the front and which storms are on/south of the front. All these storms in Arkansas, I mean, they're not holding together too well. In central Arkansas, that's why we haven't seen a watch out. But those storms now going into southeast Oklahoma, Idabel now under a severe warning there. Southeastern Oklahoma, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. That's in our little radar hole. We're going to be dealing with that a lot tomorrow. For sure. Get used to this radar hole because that's where our moderate risk is for tomorrow. Again, that is in Idabel in southeastern Oklahoma. That little area of rotation I was watching looks to have fallen apart very quickly. It underwent a cell merge. Still a little bit there, but not really much of an issue. The one over here west of Nashville, that is gone. That rotation is fully gone on that storm now in Tennessee City. Rotation's completely gone there. Mm. Still watching that little area of small rotation going up towards Parson, but yeah, it did lose that little notching. You can see before it had a bit better of a notch with it, little hook echo right there, than the rest of the supercell. Now it doesn't have much of that notch. It's more of still, it's still partially there, but it's not even remotely close to as good as what it looked like on the first few scans there, around 10 minutes ago. See if I can screenshot that. There we go. So we are up to 5 severes here. 3 of which are tour possible. Both of the ones in Kentucky are a tornado possible tagged here. Getting very difficult to see that one in Science Hill, southeastern Kentucky, but still can see the one in Columbia. Still a good hook there. Still a broad area of rotation. One back down here that is also tour possible. We just looked at in Parsons. Again, same ordeal. Still pretty broad there. So no tight areas of imminent tornado concern. Just going to keep monitoring the storms and see if any of them can really increase in rotation. I'm sure there's cameras out here, but it's rare for me to find a camera that's pointed in the right direction. I forgot if the camera network's good here in Tennessee. No tornado warnings yet. The event is really just starting. Storms really started strengthening near 2, and they will continue to strengthen all the way up until about, what, like 7 or so? Right around there. What about these storms? Yeah, these went very linear. A lot of this stuff clustered up fast, which is going to decrease your tornado threat a lot today. In order for us to see a strong tornado, you really need to have a fully discrete to semi-discrete storm, so... we'll keep monitoring it. But it seems like, for the moment, storms are just too clustered and too messy. Also, let's go check real quick, see if they issued that here. So there's your day 1 high risk for rainfall. It did not update on day 2, but there is a day 2 high risk now. And that day 3 high risk got bigger. Those are not your new updates. Thanks, Radar Omega. You're such a good app. See if WeatherWise updated it. New severe, no longer tour possible there going into Linden, southwestern Kentucky. Let's see here. So here is our new high risk for rainfall for tomorrow. Boom, right there. Hard to see exactly where that is, but you know generally the vicinity. Generally the vicinity of where it is. Central, northwestern Arkansas, south central Missouri, far southeastern Oklahoma. For tomorrow, day 3. We also have a high risk for rainfall again, day 3, in far southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, northwest Mississippi, and portions of Arkansas as well. Just wanted to update you guys on that. Let's see here. Let's go back to south central Kentucky again. Just still a small little indent there near Columbia, south central Kentucky. Not really a good area of rotation anymore. So we're still at 5 severes. 3 of them still tour possible. We do lose 3 severes in... Actually, 2 severes in 9 minutes. Two severes in 9 minutes here will expire. And they've already reissued one of them. You can see that reissuance there for this severe that will expire in... well, this one expires in 39 minutes there. Which one expires in 9 minutes? Is it both of these? Okay, it's both of the ones in Kentucky that actually expire. We'll see if they reissue either one of those. They did just update this warning here for Parsons. It is still tour possible for 39 more minutes, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible there. And again, we're just really waiting for these things to pop off. They're really not doing much out here in southwest Tennessee or northern Mississippi. That's really where our main tornado risk was expected to be. Things may end up being too messy for today. Like I was saying, it's really a conditional strong tornado threat. You have to have the perfect discrete storm on or south of the boundary to get a good tornado threat out of today. Tomorrow is not a conditional strong tornado threat. We're going to see strong tornadoes tomorrow. It's just a matter of how many. Today is more conditional because it's all down to how messy and exactly where the storms are. Like I said, that boundary is so small. Just the smallest shift in these storms, and they're north of the boundary, and then they're not going to become tornadic. Which is exactly what we're seeing. And if that keeps on going, it's going to be more of a threat for a hail outbreak instead of a tornado outbreak. We're just going to see a bunch of hail today if these storms keep going north of the boundary. But here's the SPC's tornado watch. You can see they say a few tornadoes are likely, with a couple EF3, which is intense tornadoes, possible. So still looking at a notable tornado threat according to the SPC in their watch there. And that goes all the way to 11 tonight Eastern time. 8 hours and 6 minutes. So very long tornado watch there. Yeah, and I mean, these storms, you can see they're very clustered, right? That's going to keep their tornado threat low. A lot of these are very clustered. You do have some embedded cells. You could see the embedded cell here that is severe warned. And then back up here in Kentucky, there's these two little embedded cells that are still severe warned, but they'll be below severe limits in 5 minutes if a new one's not issued. Another severe for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for Clarksville, Texas. That is again in northeastern Texas, Clarksville, Texas. We are at 6 severes. 6 severe storms. Let's see here. Okay. Go back to the Nashville radar site again. This one is the most interesting here because it is the only one that is really a well-defined embedded supercell here in Tennessee. A lot of lightning there, so we'll keep watching that, but it's like right on the warm front. Yeah, it's still like directly on the warm front there. Three more minutes till both of those Tor possible severes expire here in Kentucky. I wouldn't be shocked if they do not continue either of them. Just very small areas of very broad rotation. Not really anything too worrying. Southeast Oklahoma, Northeast Texas, getting those hailers here. Quite a large area of some 1-inch hail that is developed across this area. Like I said, today's main threat will likely end up being hail. Right around apple size, near 3-inch in diameter. Okay. Okay, they did extend that severe. So a new extension for a Tor possible severe. Also 60 mile-an-hour winds there. Now going to go into Mount Vernon, Livingston, in south central Kentucky. I mean, just very broad rotation, if anything. Yeah, very, very broad rotation. And they're still going to let that expire in 2 minutes. So these severes will expire in 2 minutes, but we did get, like I said, an extension here to the one in Science Hill, Mount Vernon, Livingston, in south central Kentucky. And like I said, these are going to be just hailers. I don't think they're going to do a tornado threat. A lot of special weather statements out here, all around western Arkansas. Generally for around 40 mile-an-hour winds and small hail. Yeah, between 40 to 50 mile-per-hour winds and very small hail. Hmm. Still just a few severes, y'all. Nothing crazy. Hold on a second, y'all. What'd you say? Today's been quiet. I said it too. I said it too. Q word. Well, I mean, that was to be expected. Things should start ramping up now, though. Now we should start seeing things ramp up. We have been seeing that. There's that new severe watch. 2-inch hail possible. Honestly, surprised they didn't say like 3-inch hail. What do I have in the title? I didn't say 3, did I? Okay, in the description I said 2-inch hail. Okay. So we could see hail as large as like 2.5 inch in diameter. They say 2-inch hail possible, but we could definitely see a little bit larger than that. That's definitely possible. Let's see here. Okay. Again, just gonna monitor these storms here. Threats looking pretty low. I'm honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm already starting to lose confidence in today's threat for tornadoes. I'm starting to think the HRRR is doing its little biased thing of spawning supercells everywhere. Yeah, it still has cells that could produce strong tornadoes here. 6 o'clock tonight. Newest one. Still has that strong tornado threat. I mean, it's keeping it, but now it's starting to push it back. I still think we see some big time hail and maybe a strong tornado threat out here. But is it worth wasting 8 hours of energy? Uh-oh. Y'all, am I buffering? Is it worth wasting 8 hours of energy today and not having enough for tomorrow? I don't know if I'm buffering here. I don't think I'm buffering. YouTube tripping. Does Streamlabs say I'm buffering? See, that's a big one. No, it doesn't. So YouTube's just tripping. Shocker. Well, let me hold on. Now I gotta go check. I gotta go check. It's literally fine. All right, well, we're gonna just continue on and ignore that. So again, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. It's greatly appreciated. And yeah, just stay weather aware if you are in the risk areas. And we'll see if this tornado threat does much. Oh, new severe. That is barely south of indoors away from doors and windows here. Germantown, South Haven, Olive Branch, Rossville. Make sure you guys are all indoors away from doors and windows. We are getting the new HRRR-18Z, so that's going to allow us to see tomorrow's threat on a closer range model run. Yeah, all those storms are north of the boundary, which means they're all a hail threat. So that tornado threat goes down very rapidly after 9 p.m. Like 9:30, that tornado threat starts to go down rapidly tonight. But that's if we even see it. Today's threat is all about if we see these storms here. If we see them, strong tornadoes, maybe even a long tracked one, maybe an intense tornado. If we don't, that tornado threat is legit not going to happen, and we may end up with one brief spin up tornado or maybe two. It all comes down to those cells along Tennessee and Mississippi. And right now, considering the HRRR does not account for the absurd overconvection we're seeing here around the Memphis area, I think that's less likely. You did see it had some overconvection, but it had like none of the overconvection here on the east side, and it didn't have as big of a line over here either. So we'll monitor to see if we get any redevelopment of supercells later today. If we do, that would be towards the first signs of that would be towards 334. Right around there. So we'll definitely stay live till then. New SPC outlook here in an hour. We'll definitely stay live past that outlook, at least to keep you updated on this threat for severe weather. And we'll see what happens. Why the storms in lines? Too many of them fired. That's really the easiest way to put it. Too many of them fired. Out here was expected to be a lot of storms, but they were expected to be slightly less messy. And then back out in this area, we were expecting this to be messy. This was expected to be messy back here and be mainly a hail threat. Let's see. We're going to go back to radar here. Don't say it, Ben. Okay, you didn't say what I thought I was going to say. Today is definitely not like yesterday's threat. The environment is like halved. And we have that boundary. So if we had like a cold front, if we had a cold front that was sweeping west to east, this whole area would be under a high-end event threat today. But we do not. We just have a warm front that is positioned. That's not where it is. It's generally from up here, down through here, like that. And then I have no idea where it goes out here. No idea. So generally like that. So that allows for just a narrow corridor of severe weather potential and a very narrow corridor of strong tornado potential. So yesterday I said one of the days would be likely going moderate risk either today or tomorrow. Today definitely was not worth a moderate risk and is not worth a moderate risk tomorrow. We'll see how it verifies. They have already upgraded it to a moderate risk for severe weather, which was generally expected. And yeah, like I said, today's threat for tornadoes, it's just going to depend off of it's going to depend off of prefrontal storms. Honestly, the NAM model has handled this very well today. The NAM 3K simulated reflectivity actually hasn't handled this bad. And it shows no prefrontals developing today. But it also has a very big bias towards that. It has a big bias towards under-convecting open warm sectors and then over-convecting towards fronts. It's got all types of biases. But this is what the HRRR this morning thought we would be seeing right now. Which was discrete storms here. That line is not too far off, honestly. There is a line there. See it there over Memphis. Not too far off. And then that bunch of cells in northeast Texas, southwest Arkansas is not very far off either. Yeah, all it takes is one today, but it's going to have to be a discrete storm that latches onto the warm front. And I just don't know if that's going to happen. Well, there's a tornado watch. Look at that. New tornado watch has been issued. All the way from southeastern Arkansas to eastern Texas. I'm going to guess... I'm going to guess 50-30. 50-40. Dang it, I've been 10% off on both of these watches. So there's another tornado watch there. I don't think much is going to happen in that risk. I mean, really that should be more, really should be more of a hail threat there. I mean, that boundary's not going to move any more north. So it's such a small area. Like, literally right here is the window for tornadic activity, right in that area. I just don't know if we're going to be able to see a single discrete storm that manages to fire in that environment and tries to do something. New MCD for southeastern Kentucky. The severe threat continues into the afternoon hours in eastern Kentucky. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1.75-inch hail, and a spin-up tornado will all be possible. That is going to be up here in this red MCD you see here, where we now have 3 severe storms. Yep, that one's still, I mean, that one is still pretty good in Russell Springs, Kentucky. That rotation's really stuck with us for a while, but it's just not gotten any stronger. It's maintained this broad look of green and red velocities with a little hook. It hasn't gotten really strong to the point where it's warranted a tornado warning just yet. But it is still tour possible, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, so... Gonna watch it. Gonna watch it. Same goes for this guy here. Doesn't have the hook anymore, but it still has a little area of broad velocities. Very broad, not really anything I'm concerned about. And then, of course, we have our radar hole up here. Southeastern Oklahoma. Some of those storms are severe, but definitely going to be more of a hail threat there. Let's go back over to our broader view again. So if you're just now tuning in, we just got another tornado watch issued from the SPC here. If you are in this purple box, which stretches from northeastern Kentucky down to northeastern Texas. You are in an environment that is favorable for a few tornadoes, maybe one or two strong to intense, potentially even a long track tornado, especially if we can see any discrete storms generally develop in this area here. We also got a severe watch going into a good chunk of Arkansas, primarily for large hail up to about 2.5 inch in diameter, and damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour also possible there. So all your watches are out from the SPC now. They have issued all the watches I think they're going to issue for the next couple hours. 2 of those are tornado watches, and another one is a severe watch. I don't know if we're going to get any more observed soundings here. Oh, yes. Thank you for the 18Z sounding in freaking North Carolina. Really appreciate that. I really, really needed that. Actually, that's Blacksburg, Virginia. That's my National Weather Service. My National Weather Service just did a special weather balloon for some reason. Interesting, interesting. It's got a pretty good shear. Stuff's firing to my south, but I doubt it's going to do anything. Too much dry air in the mid-levels. But it doesn't even look the half bad. I'm going to keep an eye on my area, see if I get a little overperforming risk. Yeah, we haven't heard the beeps that we heard like freaking 200 times yesterday. That was insane. I don't know if I've ever had that many beeps in a single live stream. That many tornado warnings. There was like a, what? I don't know exactly how many, but I'm sure it was greater than 100. Also, good point there, Indiana. Tomorrow has more fail modes than yesterday. So that's another reason why I don't think we'll see a high risk tomorrow. There's more fail modes tomorrow. Literally every other sentence there was a tornado warning. Sometimes I couldn't even speak. At one point we had like 4 or 5 tornado warnings come in within a minute. Let me go back to the Memphis radar here. Just not much rotation with any of these, which isn't a big surprise. Considering we're not getting any prefrontals firing, that's relatively what we were anticipating. If those prefrontals didn't fire, and they haven't. There are some that are starting to get going in northeast Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee, but I mean they're following the same path as that severe storm, so they're going to be in a less environment, not as favorable for all hazards. Let's see here. And new HRRR is coming in for tomorrow. I mean, it's definitely going to be a good threat for severe weather. I mean, you can see here. That's a pretty good look for supercells in the open warm sector. When you have a cold front back here, warm front up here, and you have a large open warm sector in this area. Let's look at dew points. Oh, Lord have mercy. Jeez. I did not expect to see that. Widespread 70 dew points across the whole open warm sector there. Yikes. We'll see what the rest of this run has to offer. A new severe warning there. 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds going towards Linden, Clifton in, southwestern Tennessee. 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds going towards Linden, Clifton in, southwestern Tennessee. 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds going towards Linden, Clifton in, southwestern Tennessee. 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds going towards Linden, Clifton in, southwestern Tennessee. So make sure you're still staying weather aware here. Keeping a close eye on all of these storms. And we'll see how it pans out. Like I said, we're getting the new HRRR for the next 48 hours in right now. So we'll be able to see if it uptrends for tomorrow. We'll also be getting an SPC outlook at 4 o'clock. I don't think they'll change much at 4 o'clock. I think the threat's still relatively what we're anticipating. But that strong tornado threat is just so dependent on if any cells fire on the warm sector and the warm front specifically, so... I just don't know if any of those are going to be able to really form, because you can see they're still sloppy here. So I'm trying to compare our forecast model runs to what we're seeing now. And if you compare that, it's quite vastly different. But the HRRR does have these storms here moving up into southwestern Tennessee and becoming tornadic towards 4:30, 5 o'clock. But notice how it keeps pushing back, right? At first, it was like 2 p.m., then it was 3 p.m., then it was 4 p.m., now it's 4:30, 5 p.m. That's what the HRRR likes to do. It likes to push back the threat more and more and more until eventually it realizes the threat's not going to happen. Let's see. Yeah, but we'll keep watching those. They may be issues. We'll just see. All it takes is one to latch onto that warm front, and it becomes a long-tracked, intense tornado today. All it takes is a single storm. This bad boy here, Ben, or like one of these. Guessing you're assuming and talking about this one. Boy, don't you southeast me. Memphis. Southwest. Southwest is this way. This is southwest. This is southeast. Which one? Let me see. Even if you're talking about this one southeast of Memphis. I mean, I don't see any, like, rotation there. Are you talking about this one? You mean, like, the one almost on top of Memphis? That is getting supercell characteristics, for sure. But will it increase in inflow, and will it be hit by cell mergers that could destroy it? We'll see. Well, SPC says yes, it is going to increase in tornado potential, especially with storms out in front of that one. New MCD for an increasing tornado threat, including the Nashville metro. The potential for tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail appears to be increasing as small clusters have recently intensified across portions of western Tennessee, with other small showers and cells developing to the south of this cluster. The front earlier has moved northward across Middle Tennessee, but has shown signs of stalling / beginning to move south over the last hour. These storm clusters will be moving out of western Tennessee, which appears to be moving into a favorable environment of 1,500 instability, as well as 600 plus knot deep layer shear, aka extremely favorable. One or more of these supercells within the clusters will most likely be capable of producing tornadoes, especially near the surface boundary, along with any threat for large hail to very large hail. A strong tornado is definitely possible, especially if any storms can be maintained semi-discrete and can be sustained. So basically saying tornado threat is increasing and any discrete storms will be able to produce the threat for a tornado potentially strong. Which this might be one of the first ones to become fully tornadic here. We've had a few little areas of rotation, but this one west of Memphis is really trying to get going. Looks like a person. The MCD or what? Is it what I drew? Did I draw a person? Let me see. Nope. Definitely none of that. That was a long time ago. Yeah, this one in Memphis, I think, is a little west of the boundary. Look, we can check the boundary by going to Mesofill. Yeah. See, that's your boundary. Your boundary's right in here. So anything north of that is going to be elevated. Anything over that is going to be surface-based. Anything west should be elevated. So everything here is going to be surface-based. This may be elevated, but it may be becoming surface-based as it gets closer to that boundary. We will see. It was the cell west of the severe over Memphis, Tennessee. Well, you said southwest and then implied that I was looking southeast. This is southwest. This is the cell I was mentioning right there. Now, dead west of the severe is like this cell. Or this cell. Or this cell. Depends on which one. There's a lot of cells west of Memphis. Or shoot, who knows? Maybe you're talking about the storm way over here, west of Memphis, all the way southeast of Fort Smith. Because technically that's west of Memphis. There's Memphis. Yeah, maybe you're talking about this one out here. Still warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in Idabel, but that severe is about to expire in less than 60 seconds. I'm going to go check on our one up here in Kentucky. Still tore possible, not doing too well there. Why don't I use Weatherbell? Because it costs freaking $600 a year. So there's the area of rotation there. In Russell Springs, South Central Kentucky. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's a few little storms here that are actually trying to rotate. 1, 2, 3, especially 3, and 4. So there's a few little storms trying to rotate here in southeast Kentucky. So we'll need to monitor those. Just continuing to keep an eye on probably these prefrontals right here. Those are going to be the ones that could produce a strong long track tornado threat if we see one today. Let's see here. All right. So we'll just keep watching those prefrontal storms, y'all. See if they end up trying to do anything here. All right, we do have the SPC updating here in about 30 minutes. So that will be a good update there. I don't think we're going to see much of a change on that update, to be honest with you. I don't think we'll see much change. Let's go back to the Nashville radar. That is a new severe, right? Yeah, relatively new severe there. We already went over that one. But I'm looking for any rotation in this cluster, and I'm just not seeing it. They may be, they're definitely on the front. These are definitely on the front, so one of these ought to really try to rotate something in here. Eventually, something in here should really try to rotate. Because they're on the surface front. The warm front there. The day 3 outlook did also update. They did maintain a decent sized 30 sig enhanced risk for a couple tornadoes. Let's see here. Significant severe weather threat on Saturday. That's what they say in their discussion. A few tornadoes are expected. The severe weather threat may not be as robust in the morning. An MCS will move through the warm sector and probably inhibit a greater supercell threat in the open warm sector, which will reduce the overall opportunity for tornadoes. So it looks like there may be like an MCS that moves through in the middle of the day on Saturday, and that might prevent a very widespread tornado threat. Lord have mercy. Look at 18ZH for tomorrow. Look at that. Definitely a bit messy. But man, that's a lot of prefrontals. And a very, very, very favorable environment, too. Wow. Very favorable environment there. Favorable for all hazards for tomorrow. We'll see what the rest of the run has to say for Saturday's threat. Yeah, not seeing much tornado threat here. They actually upgraded that to 1.5-inch hail there for the Clifton area. So just make sure you're away from doors and windows if you're in that severe in Clifton, Tennessee. We're at 7 severes now, most of which are in Kentucky and Tennessee. We have 3 here in Tennessee, 3 here in Kentucky, and then there is just one lonesome one out here in Texas. Georgetown, Kentucky. Probably not looking at much, but I'll see exactly where you are. Not Texas. So, yeah, you're good. You're not in the tornado watch, so you're good from any good tornado threat, but there could be some large hail that moves through tonight. Could have large hail up to about 1.5 inches in diameter and damaging winds up to about 60. But the main threat should stay off to your south, is what it looks like. The highest threat should stay off to your south. Was that another severe? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, still the same. Oh, actually, no, that was us losing a severe. So we have no severes now in the western risk area, which, honestly, at 3:37 p.m., I'm going to be dead honest, I'm shocked. I thought we would have a big hailer producing 2+ inch in diameter hail at this point, somewhere in the western risk area. Like, just being dead honest, I am shocked we don't have a big hail core out here somewhere. So, hopefully this continues to underperform. We're not at our peak threat just yet. You know, we entered where storms were supposed to intensify, which was between 2 to 3. Our absolute peak tornado threat appears to be, it's difficult to say, because of how conditional the threat is. It's very difficult to say, but it appears to be from like 4:35 all the way till about 9. But again, that's hard to say. Let's see here. Just doesn't look very potent today. We've already been live for over 3 hours, which 3 hours is the required duration of an enhanced risk on this channel. Let's see. HRRR 18Z is out to Saturday morning at the moment. I don't know. That looks pretty good. That's out to about 7 a.m. in the morning here. And you can see you've got a large area of a convection-free open warm sector here. And then again, look at dew points. I mean, gracious day. A very favorable warm sector for it being like 7 a.m. in the morning. Ben, I would probably say it's that surface boundary. The warm front's probably too far to the southeast. If we look at it again. Let's see here. You can see how far southeast that thing is. Very far southeast. Like, really, literally, only these storms here are inside the actual favorable area. Everything out in Arkansas, it's all by itself. Like, no favorable environment. Day 3 wording, which part? I did see where they said uncertainty on prefrontal cells because of a morning MCS being possible. And then I also saw where they said significant severe weather on Saturday. I also didn't see this part. They say multiple rounds of severe weather on Saturday into Saturday night. New stage Triple R has like 6 frames to go. 5 frames to go, actually. Okay. Let's go back over to these storms again. Oh, well, hold on. Okay, I got a little bit of a more interest in this storm now. A little bit better rotation firing there. I don't I don't think that's really going to be able to maintain, though, considering it's like a little northwest of the surface boundary. I would not be shocked if that cannot maintain. Memphis, Tennessee, 150 for Selmer, 160. Wait, no. Lake City, Arkansas, 150. Selmer, Tennessee, 160. Really? Where do you see that at? Let's see here. See if I can find it at all. I don't see any preliminary rating right now. I don't know where you saw that at, Proxy. Maybe I'm not looking at the right spot. Memphis. Yeah, I don't see it. It might be a little while before I can find it. I can try to find it later on today. Yep, still trying to rotate here. Going towards West Helena in southeastern Arkansas. I believe this area was in a tornado warning yesterday. I very much recognize that area. And yeah, it looks like this storm in Collierville, Tennessee, it just died right out. And like I said, the front's very far south, so I mean, it just died right out. I mean, these aren't doing anything either here. Even though they're like on the surface boundary. Well, we'll see that one there. Keep an eye on the one in Savannah, southwest Tennessee. See if that tries for anything. That is one of the prefrontals, so if we're going to have a really good tornado that develop from today's event, it's probably going to come from a storm like that. That's far from the radar site, though, so I'm not too sure if that's actually rotating. It could be an upper level meso and it's not actually rotating towards the surface / lower level. Radar's just not updating here for the storm in West Helena, West Helena. Memphis radar's not updating velocity. It's probably more on Radar Omega's end. Oh, well, this is glitching like big time. There we go. Yeah, I think Saturday's threat is the most uncertain. I mean, I don't really know what's going to happen with that threat. We got to get through these threats today and tomorrow's threat before we can really figure out what's going to happen Saturday. Tomorrow we'll be able to get a better idea of what will happen Saturday, but it still won't be the most accurate. Back over to Nashville's radar site. Oh, first significant severe of the day right there. Tour possible, 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is this one out here, going just east of Flatwoods and southeast of Linden in southwestern Tennessee. A pretty good hook starting to form on that as well. This is not north of the surface boundary, so this could be a very surface-based storm that could produce both very large hail and potentially a tornado as well. So we'll need to watch that area very closely out here for broad rotation as it moves up to the northeast. Can't really see anything at the moment. And we'll get closer to the radar site, though, with time, so we'll be able to see it better and better the more we progress here. Yeah, not really seeing much with these storms in Kentucky anymore. Wouldn't be shocked if they just let both of those expire. Not really a good environment there in Kentucky. Yeah, it really doesn't have great radars, does it? There's little radar holes all over Tennessee. The few I know there's one up here in Tennessee, the one here in Tennessee, the one in here in Tennessee, and up here in Tennessee. There's quite a few little holes in radar coverage. Maybe a little bit more north, because you do have this radar site right here. So there's like a good 4 to 5 small radar holes. Yeah, Kentucky's really bad because we don't have a radar site here. We really need a radar site here in Kentucky. There's a few areas we really need a radar site. Just imagine if we didn't have so many radars, though. I mean, compared to other countries, we have a bunch of radars. So at least we have a lot of radars. That's good. But we need more. Yeah, so there's that broad area of rotation there. Little region. It's going to keep going up southeast of Linden. Really just looks like a lot of hail. Big time hail, that's for sure. Huge hail in this area. That's 1 for 1.75-inch hail. I wouldn't be shocked if we're getting even a little larger than that. Very, very large hail falling. So that is our first significant severe of the day. And we'll continue to watch it as it moves off to the east-northeast. Very large hail and a tornado could come out of that. So I do see their official public information statement on those preliminary surveys now. They did preliminary rate the Selmer tornado 160 and the Lake City tornado 150. However, it is very preliminary. They have halted storm surveys today due to severe weather in the area. So they probably couldn't even survey much at all. They only had this morning and that was it. Let's see here. Yeah, so that's like a preliminary survey because like I said, they had to stop for severe weather, so they had to stop even sooner than normal for a preliminary survey. So I'm very sure both of those are going to be upped more in damaging winds. I don't know if they're going to be upgraded to EF4 or not, but they're definitely going to be tuned and fixed over the next few days as the crews keep surveying. They did actually continue that Tor Possible Severe. I can't even lie, a little surprised about that, considering the storm has really started to die off in lightning activity and overall DBZ strength. But they have continued it into like Torstville, southeastern Kentucky, south central Kentucky for 1-inch hail, Tor Possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see. We'll keep watching that one over Savannah. I'm not too interested in it, though. We'll just keep watching it, just in case. The storm been pointed out a long time ago. I just watching. Just watching. I don't really see any notable tornado threat out of any of these at the moment. Was that another severe? Yep. 2-inch hail, yeah. I was talking about them upgrading that a little bit more, and they did. They just issued a now 2-inch hail severe, so that verifies our hail threat for the moment. At least in terms of seeing 2-inch hail somewhere in our risk. So there's that large hail core here. Moving up to the northeast. It is no longer Tor Possible. It is still Tor Possible on this severe back here for 7 more minutes, but after that it will be dropped down to a 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour severe, no Tor Possible. So still a significant severe there. Very broad rotation there, and it is northwest of the surface boundary / warm front. But it's trying to intensify. You can see, especially over the last 3 scans, it's definitely trying to strengthen a bit. But again, that's not in the best environment, so I don't know if that's going to be able to do anything. We'll just keep watching it and see. Selmer was 160. Lake City was 150. You know, I think that's a cell merge, right? Maybe a cell merge right there. It looks like a cell merge. A storm from the south is impacting this storm and maybe increasing its rotation a little bit. We'll keep watching that, see if anything happens there. We shall see. Give me just a moment. Let's see here. Yeah, that's still strengthening. I'm wanting to switch this really quick. Okay. Need to type all this out. I apologize. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that is really starting to rotate. It's because of that cell merge too. So there's a small chance we could get a warning out of this. We'll see. We'll see how it goes after that cell merge, because that cell should keep going northward. Or this storm itself might just keep it right there and kind of act as like a hook. But I do see I do see a way that this could try to drop a tornado, but personally, I think it's just going to be a short, very quick area of rotation. You could see the more outflow dominant like storm here. So the only reason why this is rotating even a little bit is because of that cell merge over Wilson, Southwest Tennessee. Yeah. Memphis's radar site is updating slow for me today. Oh, or I think GR2 is having that stupid bug again where it stops updating. Hold on, let's see if I can fix it. Okay, that's a little bit newer scan there, but not that new. Okay. There's a newer scan for the Memphis radar site. Move this one to the Little Rock one. Maybe that would give us a new scan here too. Yeah, a little bit new scan. My new scan for Memphis, I think, was 354, so it's still behind. I'm going to quickly refresh all these radars. We're going to refresh every last one of them. Nashville. Memphis. See if this updated more. Nope, not really. And then Arkansas for Little Rock. Outflow boundary, did you see that? Yeah, it might have been in northern Mississippi. I did see that. Yeah, it looks like GR Earth is just not updating for some reason. I'm not too sure why. Or GR2, I might have said GR Earth there. Still rotating over Wilson. Southwest Tennessee. Definitely a little outflow boundary, probably from the storms in maybe Kentucky. Or just the surface boundary as a whole. Some type of boundary, though. Situated just southeast of Nashville, Tennessee. Okay, there's a newer scan on Memphis, so it did update a little. Hopefully GR2 updates a bit quicker here in a minute. Yeah, you can see we are getting that little train of prefrontals that the HRRR was hinting towards. Just none of them are nearly as intense as the HRRR was saying. It still is sticking with a good tornado threat towards like 5, 6 o'clock out of these storms here, moving to the northeast. And it's stuck with that all day. All right, here comes the new SPC outlook as well. They've actually gone ahead and maintained the entire risk, which is interesting. I don't think these probabilities are fully updated yet. But they have updated it, and they have kept the enhanced for sure. I'm just not too sure on the probabilities. All right, yeah, there we go. Yeah, this one updated like 5 minutes ago, so it's getting better. Yep, this one updated about 5 minutes ago too. Oops. All right, let's go back to our radar here, Memphis again. Still a good area of rotation, but like I said, gonna be very brief-lived here. Not a very concerning area. But still might have a tornado threat over the next few minutes. These prefrontals back here, I am a little bit more worried about. Because that's some of the prefrontals HRRR had being an issue, so... We're just going to keep an eye on all these. We're going to keep an eye on all these for like the next 3 hours. Right around there. Looking at the new HRRR here. So we are down to just one considerable severe there in Tennessee, and then the rest of the severes are going into Kentucky, and actually a severe into West Virginia now. That is somehow actually looking better than like all the storms we've seen in Tennessee. A very classic looking supercell here with a good area of rotation. So somehow West Virginia looks to be producing a stronger storm than any of the storms we've seen in the actual main risk area so far today. All right, this is officially our second most popular live stream ever on YouTube. Lord have mercy, that sucker is small. Did that get it? Did that get even smaller, y'all? Look at that. That sucker is thin. Yikes. 30% still there, and then of course hail, as expected, biggest threat still. That is a small 10%. Like, the 10% is literally for these storms right here. And this little line right in there. I don't even know why they have a 10% back out here in Louisiana. I mean, like, those storms are all elevated, sloppy, and they're not going to do much tornadic-wise. At least from what I can see. Well, maybe if we get a prefrontal going, you never know. Maybe if one of these prefrontals can really get going, they could produce a tornado, but I don't see a good, strong tornado threat out there. So, yeah, I appreciate all the support on this stream. Like I said, second most popular stream now on this channel. I appreciate everybody new who subscribed. And, yeah, we'll keep going for a little while longer. But honestly, if these prefrontals don't change very rapidly, I'm going to end not that long from now. Use this as a day to get ready for tomorrow. Uh-oh. Get ready. Here it comes. Get ready for it. Get ready for it.
Tornado warning for Central Mingo County in southern West Virginia, southwestern Logan County in southern West Virginia, Logan, and Mingo County in West Virginia.
Yep, you heard that right. West Virginia. Like I was saying before, West Virginia has the best looking storm out of any storm we've seen. And they actually did go ahead and put a tornado warning on it. So we now have a tornado warning in place on this storm I recently mentioned in West Virginia. So very classic cell there, moving off to the northeast towards Omar, over the Centralia area as well, near Williamson in southwestern West Virginia. Not the strongest rotation, but definitely a very good looking cell, especially for West Virginia. Now, big severe just got issued out here in Kentucky. For this line that is formed here, going all the way from south of Richmond all the way down to southeast of Jamestown, Kentucky. That is indeed torr possible as well for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds on all three of those severes there. Still big hail falling out here, going towards Shady Grove in central Tennessee. And I imagine this area of rotation has fallen apart. Well, it's still a little bit there, but not as notable as what it was a few scans ago, which was to be expected, like I said. That was expected to be a short-lived one because it was just a quick cell merge. And then these prefrontals look like they're doing absolutely nothing down here. They really don't look to be doing a thing. Go back to our tornado warning here in West Virginia. We'll use the Jackson, Kentucky radar site for that. So classic supercell here. Moving east, once again going towards Omar. Also will go towards Greenville, Nelbert. Out in southwest West Virginia. Let's see here. Okay. I was just checking something really quick. Yeah, Connor Croft just said today has no chance to produce tornadoes. I don't fully disagree with that. I kind of agree with him. That warm front was everything, literally. If the warm front was a little bit like 20 miles to the northwest, we could have had long track strong tornadoes today. If it was where it was now, then we would have nearly nothing, and that's exactly what's happening. I still wouldn't count out these prefrontals completely yet. HRRR has been very consistent on them, but I've been losing confidence ever since like 2:30, 3 o'clock. Once I saw that those storms were not rapidly intensifying, the warm front was a little southeast. That's when I started to lose confidence in today. So the new official record on this channel is 728 concurrent viewers. We deleted that record, absolutely smashed it by about 150 more viewers earlier today. Which is insane. Not going to have another stream like this probably for a long time. Very long time. I mean, we will be live very early tomorrow, so you never know. Maybe YouTube will push us out then as well. How many subs? At least 100 today. At least 100. Getting closer and closer to that ultimate goal of 10,000. Our goal every year is to try to double our subscriber count. So for last year, the goal was 4,000. This year, the goal was 8,000. We already passed that. And then next year, it gets up to 16,000. I don't know how we're even going to be even close to that one. We might have to stop that goal of doubling subscriber counts next year because we ain't hitting no 16K next year. Oops. Let's see here. I want to see what that chaser said. There we go. Honestly, we could be looking at another very violent tornado threat tomorrow as well. Unfortunately, the more I dive into this threat, the more I'm thinking a high risk is actually a very real possibility. Tomorrow actually could be on par with last night. If things continue to trend the way they are trending. It won't be as widespread, but it may be just as significant. Let's see here. Where's this model run? There we go. See what this has. We'll see. Tomorrow could be very, very significant, though. It all depends on the open warm sector, and that's 50-50 there. On how many storms develop. That's what it's going to come down to. How many storms develop. Yesterday, we saw the perfect amount between not too many and also not enough to the point where we saw a ridiculous outbreak. We saw just the correct amount of storms to produce multiple strong, intense, violent tornadoes last night. And it's hard to achieve that. There's a lot of events that have had that ceiling in the past few years, and not a lot of them can achieve it. So tomorrow's ceiling may be similar to yesterday's setup, but I doubt it will actually reach its full potential. A lot of events don't reach their full potential like yesterday did. Like I said, yesterday had enough cells to where it wasn't just like one discrete storm or two discrete storms, and it had enough cells to where it wasn't like 50 prefrontals and completely overconvect the whole thing. Let's see here. Like I said, Ben, I literally just said it. It didn't have too many storms, and it didn't have not enough storms. It had the perfect amount. And like I said, that's so difficult to get in weather. It's very, very difficult to achieve full potential of a setup like we did yesterday. So like I said, tomorrow may have that same ceiling, but I just don't think it will actually reach that. But it's still going to be something worth paying very close attention to. It is already a day 2 moderate. It has definitely got the opportunity to be a day 1 high risk. We'll just see. We'll see, but definitely, regardless, we're going to see tornadoes tomorrow. Regardless, we're going to see probably a few strong tornadoes. It's just a matter of how intense they are and how many we see. And like I said, yesterday was just a perfect balance between that. Let's see here. Okay. I don't know. Yesterday was pretty bad. I don't know if there was a higher ceiling for that, for what we saw occur yesterday. That was like as high as it could have gotten. Still under a tornado warning out here. In Omar, Southwest West Virginia. We'll keep monitoring that, see what it looks like here. So we'll watch that closely. But yeah, like I said, we'll be live for a very long time tomorrow. That's probably going to end up being another 10 plus hour live stream or so. We'll start up probably around noon. Right around noon, we'll probably start up. And then if everything goes to plan, which let's hope it doesn't, multiple strong tornadoes should begin to try and form between 3 and 4. And then we should be at peak tornado activity should be between 5 and 9 Eastern. Not as nocturnal as yesterday. That's a bit of a good thing there. Definitely a little bit of a good thing there. We're not going to have as many nocturnal tornadoes tomorrow as we did last night. So, you know, a lot of the storms aren't going to start popping off at like 6:30, 7:30. Instead, they're going to pop off closer to 2:33 Eastern time. So they'll pop off sooner. So at least we won't be dealing with as bad of a nocturnal threat tomorrow as we did yesterday. Yep, Sam, it's really about the same ceiling. It really is. But like I said, yesterday hit its ceiling. It hit its full potential and produced. Tomorrow, we'll see. And then Saturday looks like it could be just as bad as these upcoming days too. I mean, really, all three of them have like almost the same ceiling. There's just a lot of fail modes. And yesterday I overcame all of those fail modes. Will tomorrow overcome all the fail modes? And then will Saturday overcome all the fail modes? It's just a matter of seeing and figuring it out. A lot of the times they don't overcome every fail mode. We'll have like a little fail mode here and there. For instance, like March 15th, we had an overconvection fail mode that somewhat limited violent tornado potential. March 14th, we didn't have as many discrete storms in southeast Missouri, but it's still March 14th produced one of its higher end ceilings. So a lot of the times with these events, one of the fail modes will at least somewhat hurt the event. And yesterday, just none of that happened. We did have the mixing issue yesterday afternoon, but all that really did was it made it worse, because what that overmixing issue yesterday did was it gave people a little bit of a false sense of hope that everything was, gonna bust or that nothing would happen. And then at night, that overmixing issue dissipated and everything popped off at night, and it made it a big time nocturnal wedge threat. Overmixing will not be the slightest of issue tomorrow. We'll have low to mid 72 points and upper end 70 to low 80 temps. So no mixing issue tomorrow, which means it will be probably more that afternoon threat, evening threat. And then we'll still have a threat for tornadoes persisting into the night and overnight hours, but the main event will be from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time. We'll figure out how notable of a threat that will be tomorrow. A lot of things could change between now and then that could decrease tomorrow's threat. Tomorrow will be a discrete mode in the open warm sector. The biggest bust mode for tomorrow is over convection and not enough convection in the open warm sector. And when over convection does fire tomorrow, there's a chance it could be over convection in the open warm sector as well. Pretty much every fail mode has to do with how storms fire tomorrow. Another fail mode for tomorrow is the warm front doesn't lift far enough north. Another fail mode is over convection in the morning hours. Another fail mode could also be not enough partial clearing or too much clearing. So there's a few fail modes for tomorrow. I think the main one is over convection as a whole. That's a major fail mode. Over convection is a major fail mode tomorrow. But there's always fail modes in every single event. There's always fail modes. We'll see how it trends overnight. Again, just make sure you're weather aware. If you're afraid of storms, you have a lot of storm anxiety, just be aware. That's the number one thing. And we'll be live now casting it, forecasting it, giving you real-time information on what storms are the highest threat tomorrow, just like we did yesterday and just like we did today. Thankfully, today definitely didn't hit any type of ceiling. I mean, today really performed about as bad as you can go. We had a few small hail events, maybe one large hail event, and we are having that one tornado warning in West Virginia, but yeah, not nearly. I mean, here was today's. Let me show you today's ceiling. Look at this. This was today's ceiling. Between 4 or 5, we were. This ceiling was multiple semi-discrete supercells and clustered cells firing all along the warm front, all the way from south central Kentucky all the way down into northeast Texas. And in reality, we ended up with more of a mess like this, where we still might need to keep a close eye on those storms in the prefrontals there in southwest Tennessee. But then after that, guess what? We're done. That's it. I wouldn't be surprised if the HRRR is just straight up not picking up on any convection here in Texas, and we actually do end up with a big hailer somewhere in here. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Let's see. I will say this. The fact that today is not like overperforming or performing as expected may slightly increase tomorrow's threat a little bit. The reason why I say that is because today has an opportunity to overconvect the whole warm sector to where it might try to stall out the warm front a bit and not allow the warm front to reach as far north as what we're expecting tomorrow. But I don't think that's going to happen. And if all this convection does persist well into the morning hours tomorrow, that could cause an overconvection issue in terms of crap convection in the morning tomorrow. So today does a little bit affect what happens tomorrow. Now, if we wake up tomorrow and there's no convection over Arkansas, that's all I'm going to say. So there's a lot of things we got to watch for tomorrow in terms of fail modes. Just a lot to keep an eye on. Welcome, Pete. Glad to see you in here. Which, like I said, that's normal. That's normal. So again, if you are worried if I may have scared you by saying tomorrow possibly has violent tornado potential, I know that probably scared at least one person in here. Just be weather aware. Literally just being weather aware is one of the best things, if not the best thing you could do tomorrow. It's going to be the best thing you could do is just be weather aware. And that includes making sure your family's weather aware. Make sure everybody in the house that you're living in is aware of that threat for tornadoes tomorrow. Make sure you know where your safe spot is and you can get there within a couple seconds. Just make sure you are aware as well as everybody else in your household for tomorrow. That is the most important thing. And you can watch this live stream. We'll be live most of the day tomorrow too. You can watch this live stream or any live stream on YouTube or any trusted media outlet that you have, and just watch them and see if they talk about your area and see what storms were. Sorry, I got distracted. Solid question. See what storms are going to end up being the highest threat for tomorrow. So just make sure you're weather aware. That's the number one thing. Just make sure you're weather aware. I apologize if I did scare anybody by talking about that threat. I need to watch out what I say a little bit more on how I word things. Now just be weather aware. Today's event has started and it is well halfway over. And we are now back to a severe warning. I mean, still watching this prefrontal stuff, but I mean, it's really not doing anything. We'll probably conclude here in 30 minutes, to be honest with you. I almost want to stay live till 6, but I want to go help out my family a lot today. I didn't get to help them at all yesterday, and I didn't help out probably won't help out my family much tomorrow either. So I really want to go help them out. Big old hail spike there. That could be producing extremely large hail, potentially well above 2-inch in diameter. We'll need to keep an eye on that for sure here. I did see somebody say that today has violent tornado potential. Just flat out. Now, that's not true. Like I said, today would have to go horrifically wrong for us to see a violent tornado. And that's nearly impossible now. Now it's nearly impossible. We've seen overconvection, linear, clustered. We've seen the whole mess. So, well, you asked the question, Ben, but I saw somebody on Twitter said that today had the possibility to produce a violent tornado. But, I mean, like I said, everything would have had to gone wrong there. See, that's the difficult thing about forecasting. You have to find the high end, the low end, the average, the bust modes, and the overperformance factors, and figure out the average. And even then, you have forecasts like today, which don't perform even close. Then you have forecasts like yesterday, which completely blow some forecasts out of proportion and just go absolutely crazy. And then you have other events like today where you're like, okay, today could go crazy as well. You know, warm front, supercells, discrete, go right along the warm front, could be long tracked, strong, intense tornadoes. And then boom, just a small little bust mode, like a little bit of overconvection, or the warm front's just a few miles too far to the southeast, and done. Threat's over. And that's what's difficult about forecasting. Yesterday performed as forecasted, definitely. It definitely performed as forecasted. And it overperformed according to like a lot of people. A lot of people were expecting like nearly nothing yesterday in terms of the tornado threat. I saw a lot of people just say that literally linear equals no tornadoes pretty much. But all those people have gotten a lot of hate on Twitter today and last night. And that's why I hate Twitter. Because if you screw something up, they will keep it over your head for years. And they will make sure you know you screw up for the next whole entire year, 2 years, 3 years, or more than that. So, and that hurts the ability to forecast because a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of teens and um, upcoming forecasters have, they try to post their thoughts on Twitter and they just get attacked because of it. Let's see here. Give me just a second here. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that is possible, but it's not rotating much at all. So I'm gonna head off a little bit early here in 30 minutes, 5 hours in. This event didn't perform as expected. I'm gonna go get me a big old supper. And I'm gonna very much enjoy it too. Since I didn't eat anything for like almost 12 hours yesterday, which was very stupid of me. Um, yeah, I ain't doing that ever again. I'm gonna try not to do that ever again. So, yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, but I don't plan to come back here tonight. I'm probably just gonna chill for the rest of the night. Even if we do see a lot of tornadoes, I can't promise you I'm not gonna not stream. Let's see here. Lucky was gonna go live, but he had something that came up, so I don't think he's gonna stream. I'll ask him. If he does, I'll send you guys over there. If not, then... What's this? We'll keep watching it, y'all. I'll keep an eye on it from my phone. There's a... Ooh. Yeah. Now, see, if that happens tomorrow, yeah. Because that is a very discreet, very semi-discreet to discreet supercell there. Going towards Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Thankfully, little to no tornado threat due to the warm front being so far to the east, southeast. And, yeah, just big time hail threat, wind threat there, possible. I kind of want to wait for the new HRRR here, but I don't think I'm gonna. Part of me wants to. I'm gonna go torm taste that little tiny storm right there. Is that a bad idea? Yo. That might not be a bad idea. Hold on. Yo, hold on. That might not be a bad idea. Wait a second. How long has he been there? Hold on. Let me go look at satellite. I go see this. And not really going up in echo tops that much. It's heading right for my house. Like, that sucker's got its eyes right on my house here. Oh, well, no, that might go a little bit to my west. It's going to go pretty close to me. I think that rotation's corruption, but I can't tell you. This might actually attempt to do something here.
Tornado warning for West Central Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, Northeastern Maury County in Middle Tennessee, Southeastern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, Maury, Rutherford, and Williamson County in Tennessee.
I spoke too soon, y'all. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. That is going right for Legacy in Murfreesboro there, just southeast of the Nashville Metro. We now have a tornado warning. And GR2 is, for some reason, very slacking today. Oh, well, nope. Now it's picking up its slack. It's doing better now. So you'll see that warning in just a second appear up on GR2. There it is. And here comes a two new MCDs. Actually, that one's been out. MCD out here for Virginia. Very well to my north. And here's a new MCD for Arkansas. Storm intensification is possible later this afternoon. Tornadic cells remain possible near and south of the warm front. In addition to a threat for severe hail and wind. Let's see here. Any sustained surface-based supercells could pose a threat of a significant EF2 tornado in this environment. Hail possibly greater than 2 inch in diameter possible. That MTD actually has hail up to 3.5 inch hail being the high end today. Buddy, what storm is going to be a sustained supercell out here? Oh, well, that one is actually already rotating. Well, already an area of good rotation developed here in Northeast Texas. But it is in a very clustered amount there, so you see it's a very embedded clustered cell. This one is south of the warm front. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. But again, we did just get a new tornado warning. If you're just tuning in, we just got a tornado warning out here for south of the Nashville Metro, Franklin, Spring Hills, Spring Hill rather. You are inside that tornado warning. Make sure you are seeking shelter there. That is our first tornado warning of this main event here. The last one was in West Virginia. I don't really think any of those storms in Louisiana are going to do anything, though. I am a little bit more interested in this storm. Northwest of Shreveport, Louisiana. It's going in northeastern Texas here. It's going into the Arklatex area. We'll need to keep an eye on that. If it does intensify anymore, and there's actually multiple ones of these here. There's actually multiple little areas to watch. This middle one here is the most intense at the moment. You see pretty strong upper level meso on this storm here, south of Little Rock, Arkansas. But it's not translating down towards the surface, which is why this is not a tornado possible severe. It is mainly for hail and for wind. So that is an elevated thunderstorm. Could try to go back towards being surface-based after a cell merge. We'll see about that. Broad area rotation still in place here near Middleton, Tennessee. And then, of course, we have our tornado warning for this hook that has started to increase in intensity near Spring Hill, Thompson Station, Franklin, Tennessee. So if you're in that tornado warning, make sure you're in your safe spot. We are going to be live for the next, for the HRRR here. I'm not going to end with this tornado warning here. There's starting to be a few more areas to watch here. This is a little bit less of an area to watch, but I'm still going to keep an eye on it. It has a linear characteristic to it. Yeah, good idea from Shreveport's National Weather Service, putting a tornado possible severe on that small area of rotation there. If it does strengthen, it might need a warning. At the moment, though, it looks pretty weak. But just early heads up there. If you are downstream of this, just east of Texarkana, we're going to keep an eye on this storm for it potentially trying to produce a good area of rotation as it goes up towards the Louisville area, which is in the Texarkana area. Are you in that tornado warning, Legacy? Are you sure you're like in that tornado warning? Let's see here. My part of the county is not in the warning. You don't need to be in your safe spot in the moment then. It definitely does not hurt to be glued to the radar.
Tornado warning for southwestern Miller County in southwestern Arkansas.
Okay, so they
Western
already warranted
Lafayette
that
County
warning.
in southwestern Arkansas, northern Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northern Marion County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Cass County in northeastern Texas, Lafayette, and Miller County in Arkansas.
So
Caddo County in Louisiana.
there's
Cass,
area of rotation.
and Marion
Jeez!
County in Texas.
Area of rotation right here. It is rotating and is trying to produce a tornado going up to the northeast along the I-49 corridor here between far northwest Louisiana and far southwest Arkansas. Hello, Isabel. You tuned in right when we got a tornado warning from your National Weather Service. So, I guess that rotation might have gotten a little bit stronger. And so that warranted them to pull the tornado warning trigger there. You can see that hook echo pretty well defined moving up to the northeast. This storm is elevated, but it is being hit by a lot of cell mergers. Keep an eye on this because after those cell mergers, that may help it become more surface-based due to a secondary updraft. Secondary updrafts by other storms obviously could help this storm go more surface-based. Tornado warning still in place here, going directly for Nolensville, just south of downtown Franklin in Tennessee. A very, very classic supercell signature here. Extremely, extremely classic there. No really solid area of rotation, just a broad region of velocity here. Which is in the clear slot. So we'll keep an eye on that, see which way it goes. See if it uptrends or, I should rather say, strengthens in rotation. Also keeping an eye on this broad area of rotation going towards Middleton, Tennessee still. But that has stayed relatively very outflow dominant right now. Surprised my radio didn't go off because I get it. Oh, it usually goes off for things and that I'm not even close to. That might be bad. Check your batteries. Check the batteries. I'm watching this little baby shower here to my south. It's a little blip right there, north of Winston. I ain't gonna go chase that. There ain't no way that's gonna be worth it. I'm guessing you're talking about this stuff here. That's kind of 50-50. I would personally say it's probably not going to do anything. But we'll see. It is something to keep an eye on. Weirdly enough, NATO cash just went 15% over like the Nashville area where that tornado warning is. NatoCast does have a population biased, though. Also, again, just keep an eye on that that area that's currently outflow dominant here. You can see after these cell mergers, that might try something too. So we're really going to need to watch these storms over the next hour or so to see if they do anything. We got to do this all over again tomorrow. Yep, but a lot more significant. I'm waiting to see what the HRRR has. I want to see if it stopped with the supercell printing. Legacy, I think you're going to be fine. Could you give me an idea? Are you more north or south of Murfreesboro? If you're north of Murfreesboro, this storm's probably going to be heading for you. But if you're like in downtown or south, then I think you're probably going to be fine. It looks like this is taking more of a northeastern turn. So it's moving more of up this way. Also, it looks like it's getting a little bit of a cell split here, or at least the northern side is weakening. So the hail threat with this is definitely going to go down. It was producing near 2-inch hail southwest of Franklin, but now it is definitely decreased. Today, I don't think is going to be a tornado outbreak. I changed my whole title and everything of that after I figured out the warm front was too far to the southeast. Tomorrow, I do think could be a tornado outbreak, and then Saturday, I agree with as well. Tomorrow and Saturday both could be higher in days. Let's see here. Okay. $20.57. All right. I was just checking something. They did go ahead and put a severe for 60-mile-an-hour winds there. And 0.75-inch hail on this storm that is currently trying to rotate near Middleton, Tennessee. No tour possible tag on that, but it is trying to increase in rotation there. They did go significant for this storm too, by the way, in Pine Bluff for 1.75-inch hail, Arkansas. Still a broad area of rotation in our tornado warned area here for Bloomberg, Texas, I believe. Yes, that's in Texas. This is directly on the Arklatex border here. You can see this is Louisiana here. This is Texas. This is Arkansas. So this tornado warning is directly on top of the Arklatex area, right where all three states meet. Let's see here. Yeah, there is a possible Omega block for next week. That should keep things very inactive all the way from April 7th all the way till probably around April 13th or 14th. And then towards April 15th or so, we'll probably have another severe threat to deal with. Because that Omega block, what it's going to do is it's just going to allow for some fuel to build out there in the Gulf. And then eventually we'll just have a storm that comes by and picks up all that fuel, pushes it into the plains. But we will have a good week with pretty much no activity in terms of severe weather. Jeez. Unfortunately, tomorrow's signal on our ensemble models is actually just as big as yesterday's signal. So they're like the same signal. So tomorrow could definitely be very significant. Jeez. Like I said, this storm is still very much elevated here in Pine Bluff. All it takes is a good merger, and it could try to go more surface-based. But right now, it's definitely more of a hail threat, wind threat, not much of a threat for tornadoes anytime soon. Unless that cell merge really changes it. This little area of small rotation I was watching over Middleton, Tennessee has weakened. So not concerned about that. Still a very classic looking supercell here over Franklin, Tennessee. Just slightly northeast of Murfreesboro. Okay, Legacy. Yeah, I think you'll be fine. There's a small chance they'll extend this tornado warning, but there's you'll probably be fine. There's a much higher chance they just won't extend it. I really don't even see any rotation with it. I wouldn't be surprised if it has a wall cloud just because of how absurd the supercellular structure with it is. But I doubt it's going to be able to produce a tornado. Either way, though, it is tornado warned, which means the National Weather Service believes this storm is about to produce a tornado or may already even be producing a tornado. Tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in either one of these tornado warnings. As expected, not really much going on here in terms of intensification here in the Arklatex area with this storm moving up, heading towards southwestern Arkansas. Just too much of a clustered mode. A lot of storms all around it. And then you just have this one embedded cell that's trying its best to rotate. And it has succeeded in rotating, but very weakly. Like I said, I don't think these are going to do much out here. We'll still just acknowledge them and keep an eye on it just in case. But I don't think any model run has that doing anything as it gets into northwest Louisiana. Let's see here. Hold on, let's see the terminal radar. I'm not really too invested in that area of rotation. Oh, Caleb just said use the terminal radar. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't look that impressive. I see why they tornado warned it. Obviously, it has a supercellular structure to it, but I mean, it's just the velocities aren't there. That's tricky, random guy. I think I would go all in, and I would just go for the potential open warm sector supercells tomorrow. And I would probably go, like, Little Rock. I would probably go in Little Rock or barely to this, maybe to the west. If we go to their outlook for tomorrow, real quick. So this area is going to be full of HP supercells that could produce, most likely will end up producing strong tornadoes. This region here could have an isolated photogenic supercell, but I would go for more of the prefrontal threat in this portion of Arkansas. I'll use a different color here. More of up here is where I would go. And I would probably start... I wouldn't... I would almost want to start in Little Rock, but then I know there's a lot of population there, a lot of traffic. But I would probably just start in Little Rock, honestly. If they do end up going high risk for tomorrow, it would have to be because of confidence in supercells in the open warm sector, which would probably highlight it like somewhere in here. for confidence in the open warm sector. I don't know if they would end up going high risk for the messy slop that's probably going to develop out here. But confidence is going to have to increase a lot for them to do a high risk for tomorrow. Yeah, no rotation on this storm anymore. It did die out, so that's good news. How's our little cell merge going down here? It is messy. Not going too well with the cell merge. Cell merge is killing it, not helping it. And then our tornado warning in the Arclitex area. Still a good area of rotation there. Still a good area of rotation. See what the new HRRR has.
Tornado
Jeez.
warning for southeastern Davidson County in Middle Tennessee, northern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Wilson County in Middle Tennessee, Davidson, Rutherford, Williamson, and Wilson County in Tennessee.
Little outflow boundary being generated by this storm. If it can intensify even the slightest bit more here, that outflow boundary may significantly enhance tornado potential. But then again, I also wouldn't be surprised if it completely falls apart and dies out. But they did continue that tornado warning now. Legacy, you may be like, you're probably like in the edge of this. I personally think it's going to stay to your north. But tornadoes can easily shift directions, so you do want to be very careful with this storm, preferably in your safe spot, as that is a tornado warning, so a tornado could drop at any moment, but I do think it's going to stay barely to your north. But again, tornadoes can definitely change direction. The most typical direction that they change is moving north when they occlude. But sometimes they can shift down to the southeast. But when they occlude, that's when you can rapidly get a shift in the tornado's direction. Which this is not observed, so that does mean that there's no official confirmation of a tornado on the ground. However, remember, a tornado warning does mean a tornado could develop at any time or possibly be on the ground. In order for them to observe the warning, there has to have already been a tornado on the ground for a while. But I personally don't see this producing a tornado here. It's just weak rotation. I don't see much strong rotation with it. And I'm a little surprised that they re-tornado warned it. When they first tornado warned it here, if I can get a longer loop. When they first tornado warned it, it did look pretty dang good. Very well-defined hail core, well-defined hook echo, little rotation. But that newest warning they issued, it does not look that good anymore. Still definitely want to be in your safe spot, though. That rotation's dead. It is gone. Died out in 1-2 scans there. As it's being hit by a cell merger. That EF3 rating of both the tornado in western Tennessee and the Lake City, Arkansas tornado is preliminary. So the Selmer tornado again was rated 160 in West Tennessee. The Lake City, Arkansas tornado was rated EF3 150. And it is preliminary. And again, they did have to stop surveys due to ongoing severe weather. So that is a very, very preliminary update. See here. All right. Still severe warned in Pine Bluff. That storm's undergoing a cell merge. I don't believe that's going to increase tornado potential, but it could. If it helps it get more surface based, it definitely could. We shall see. That tornado warning in just southeast of downtown Nashville goes for 19 more minutes. And the one in the Arklatex area goes for 18 minutes. If those are allowed to expire, we will end shortly after that. And then I will keep an eye on things. But like I said, I have a lot I want to get done today because I'm pretty dang sure I won't be able to do a lot tomorrow. I will be live most of the day tomorrow. All right, sorry, y'all. I was checking the new meso analysis here. Waiting for it to come in. It's at 21Z, so that is indeed the new meso analysis there. Yeah, I mean, all these storms are still definitely on the front. That's on the front. This is elevated. 2.5-inch hail report right there. Look at that. 2.5-inch hail report. These are on the boundary as well as this one, so they're all capable of producing areas of rotation. All right, thank you guys for 450 likes as well. I appreciate it. Let me go back to. Um, I mean, shoot, like, I don't know why this is even warned anymore. No idea why they even continued it. Not even an outflow boundary could help that sucker intensify. Both of these storms died out. So I'm gonna head off here, y'all. Even if there's a new tornado warning, I'm gonna head off here in 25 minutes. If I need to, I'll come back on with an urgent stream. I really appreciate everybody for tuning in and sticking around. There's still 78 people in here. Other people have gone live now, so once I end, or if you want to right now, it's up to you. You're very welcome to go and watch them as long as you trust them and you think they're giving out accurate information. What is that? Okay, that's not Tor possible. Then you can go ahead and watch them. Just make sure who you're watching is giving out accurate information. That's the important thing. Let's see. There's not really anything new I can show you guys here. Just still have the risk for a conditional strong tornado threat here. I still could see a few spin-up tornadoes, maybe a strong tornado or two. Just not very confident in that, nor the HRRR. I said it from the start of this stream. I said the HRRR shows a bunch of discrete storms, but I'm not I'm not really very confident about that. I'm technically still a teen. I'm 19. My dad tells me I'm a teen because I'm still at 19. But yeah, I'll turn 20 on June 25th. So he calls me a teen because I'm at 19. But I don't consider myself a teen. Last year of being a teen, according to my dad. Hoop, what's up? You're tuning in towards the end. We've been live for over 5 hours now. A very successful stream. Oh my word. We do have somebody has a visual of this storm in Tennessee. It is a very photogenic, huge supercell. Extremely photogenic. But it is on a weakening trend, so that's good. Don't worry, Hoop. We'll be live for probably like 10 hours tomorrow, so I'm sure you'll be able to catch me sometime tomorrow for sure. We got another moderate risk tomorrow, and the SPC's already talking about a potential higher probability being needed for tornadoes tomorrow in that risk area, so I don't think they will pull a high risk, but it's definitely very, very possible. Okay, very good call. They have canceled the tornado warnings, both of them, and the severe warning for this storm. Good call. What's for dinner? I have no idea, but I know my mom's fixing food. She took a break yesterday because she knew I was going to be streaming, and we just did a free-for-all yesterday. Obviously, I didn't eat, though, for 12 hours. Today, I have no idea. Yep, energy bars are today's meal. Yeah. I'm just looking for any more updates. Something that might stick out for me to tell you guys about here. Really nothing, other than the 5,500 instability in South Central Texas. Yesterday, we got up to 8,000. We're at 6,000 instability in South Central Texas, according to Pinpoint Mesoanalysis. All right, this warning expires in 10 minutes. We're going to be live for that time. I'm going to end in about 15 to 20. I might need new glasses. I might need new glasses there, but I'm pretty sure that says 3-inch hail, official report. Right there in Central Tennessee. Well, shoot. I should have kept the title that I had very earlier on in this stream saying 3-inch hail possible. We got apple-sized hail. Well, hail risk verified. And the wind risk, I believe, is really, I mean, we weren't expecting much more than 60 to as high as 70-mile-per-hour winds, but the wind risk is still right around. Have we gotten any wind reports? That's my question. Hail risk verified so far. Yeah, we've gotten a few wind reports. So I'd say the wind risk is near verification, but the problem is here. They did upgrade this area to 30% wind, and there's been no reports there, so that did not verify there. We did have one wind report back here, though, at some point, somewhere in this area. Yep, right there, north of Clifton. So that upgrade to 30% wind doesn't seem to be verifying there. The hail risk definitely verified. I'd say the wind risk so far is a little underperforming, but we'll probably get a few more damaging wind gusts tonight. Tornado threat is underperforming at the moment, but I still wouldn't be surprised if we end up with a few tornadoes, maybe one strong, after I end the stream, because that's just what happens. Whenever I end the stream, things like to pop off again. So we'll see. Like I said, I'll keep an eye on things, but I don't plan on streaming again tonight. I plan on saving all my energy and then doing a very long stream tomorrow. Even though we did 5.5 hours today, that's still a lot. Shoot, I'll take 52. It's a very nice 70 degrees outside right now in Martinsville. So, very nice day, and I'm wasting it. Not really wasting it, though, because I'm tracking severe weather, which is what I love to do. But, man, when that high pressure builds in, oh, man, that's going to be awesome. I'm going to take me a good break. That's going to be nice. Starting on, like, April 11th, low to mid-60s every day. Then it does get a little bit hot, but should have at least, like, 3, 4, maybe even 5 very, very nice days in mid-April. I'm telling you, Talladega is going to sneak up on me, y'all. I'm going to Talladega here. I'm trying to announce it every now and then. I'm going to be at Talladega for race weekend. So, at the end of April, I know something's going to happen. I've been saying it for like almost a month now. A big risk is going to land right on race weekend. And I'm either not going to be able to cover it or I'm going to be dead center of it. One or the other. We'll figure out. We'll figure it out once we get closer to the threat. We'll figure out if I'm going to be in a big risk or not. Saturday looks to have a mistimed trough. It looks like the trough's going to be too slow on Saturday, so we'll see if that changes over the next few days or if something overall just increases in strength once we go towards Saturday and when we get closer. But right now, Saturday definitely is going to have some significant severe weather, likely in the form of damaging winds. But in terms of a hail threat or a tornado threat on Saturday, in terms of how significant that may be, I am unsure. I am unsure. Still keeping an eye on these little tiny... You can't really call them prefrontals. Right? I've been calling these prefrontals all day. You can't call them prefrontals. They're on frontals. They're on the warm front. You can't really call them prefrontals. I just realized that. All these are on frontal storms. Except for this one. That's not an on frontal storm. This is on frontal. This is on frontal. This is on frontal. And the one that was tornado 1 south of Nashville is an on frontal. Look at that. That on frontal died. Because you can't call it a prefrontal. It's not in front of the front. It's either just barely behind the front or on the front. The storms that are ahead of the front, like this one, those are just very elevated. So we got a new weather term here. We got a on frontal cells. I'm going to look that up. I wonder if it's an actual term. Go into my weather dictionary here, see if it comes up as anything. It came up as confrontal. No, on frontal. Apparently it doesn't exist. I'm sure somebody has said it before. There's no way we're the first. 2 minutes left on that tornado warning. National Weather Service in St. Louis, Missouri just released a survey for a preliminary EF2 tornado with 135 mile per hour winds that tracked 23 miles. Jeez. Pretty long one. That happened yesterday. Right? Yeah. So that's a preliminary EF2 there. We're going to lose that tornado warning in less than 60 seconds. Less than 60 seconds, we will lose that tornado warning. You're in the moderate tomorrow, be safe. Like I said to the a while ago, just make sure you're very weather aware, hyper weather aware. Multiple ways to receive watches warnings. All electronic devices are charged. You have a weather radio. Make sure those weather alerts on your phones turned on. Alert your family, friends about the severe weather threat tomorrow. Make sure you know where your safe spot is and you can get there within a few seconds. Make sure your entire family knows where that safe spot is, and just pay very close attention. Watch your local meteorologist. Watch me. Watch anybody who you trust on YouTube. And just watch the storms closely once they form and as they get close to you. That tornado warning is now expired. Radar Mega says it hasn't, but it has, as you can see there. We're left with just 6 severe warnings. None are significant. I'm okay with ending on that. I do think that right after we end, it wouldn't shock me if we got a tornado warning somewhere. But if something significant does happen, again, I can't promise I'll be here. I don't know exactly what I'm doing tonight. I'll just try my best to keep an eye on it. There you go, Caleb. Let's see here. I've never seen you use it before. It's a little slow on desktop for my liking. I love Radar Scope on my phone. It is the primary one I use on my phone. It's just not something I use very often on desktop. I'm just not a big fan of it on desktop. It runs a little bit slower. It doesn't have as many features. You could see how glitchy that goes there. How glitchy it is, so... There's just better desktop radar sites. Even WeatherWise is better than RadarScope on desktop. I use both RadarScope and WeatherWise in the field. WeatherWise was a lifesaver for the chase I did like 2-3 days ago, and then the chase with Lucky. I used WeatherWise the entire time. Holy moly, Legacy, can I show those pictures on stream? Do I need to credit anybody specifically? Or did you take those photos so I can credit you? I don't know if you're watching the stream. I don't know if she is. Just got a severe from my local National Weather Service in Blacksburg. They're in southeastern West Virginia. All right, Legacy. I won't share them unless you get permission for me from her. I don't want to share them unless somebody wants me to, whoever took them. I try to be very, very careful on that. Are you sure, Legacy? I'm not going to get sued. I just try to be very careful with that stuff. I learned my lesson one time, and that's all it took. YouTube copyright striked me for music, and I was like, yep, okay, never doing that again. Thankfully, I've never gotten in any trouble from, like, sharing any chasers, pictures, or anything. Why? Because I never done that. I got permission from Connor Croft, and he's the only one I've ever used. Alright, I'm gonna show him. I hope I don't get sued. This is from Legacy's sister out there near Murfreesboro, Tennessee. There you go. So that's what your storm looked like in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Very photogenic. And that is an entire... That's it dying out, most likely. You can see the scud on the end of that down here. So this is it likely dying out. The whole mesocyclone. This is the entire mesocyclone. So this whole sucker was rotating. Probably not very quickly, but a lot of that was probably rotating. And then your actual wall cloud would have been probably somewhere either behind these trees or on the left side, depending exactly where it was taken. But that's what a supercell looks like. That's what a dying supercell looks like. But all right, just want to show you guys that real quick. Thank you, Legacy and Legacy sister, for letting me show that. And I'm going to go ahead and conclude here. Like I said, don't be surprised if we get a tornado warning directly as I'm ending or just after I end, because that's just my luck. Stay safe out there. Keep a very close eye on the weather. I will see you guys tomorrow, probably sometime in the early afternoon, probably around noon, I imagine. Around or just afternoon is probably when we will be live. That's 12 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Mods for Mod Chat. I appreciate everybody for being here. All 720 plus thousand of you there, or thousand. Well, actually, no, it was actually 12,000 of you. And at one point, we had 728 people watching at one point. So I appreciate that. I appreciate Emily, Ice Cream, Jessica, and Ron for the donations and support on this channel. And I hope everybody has a great rest of your Thursday night. Again, thank you to everybody for helping me reach about 12,000 people. I greatly appreciate it. And again, at one point, we had 728 people watching, I believe was the record. And that's the most we've ever had in any live stream ever on this channel. So that was a big record shattered right there. I'll see you guys tomorrow, likely around noon Eastern time. That's 12 p.m. Eastern time. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Stay safe, watch for your weather. Have a great rest of your day / night. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch for your weather. I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Thank you once again, Mods for Mod Chat. Have a great rest of your Thursday night. Good.